Lights dim, low screen aglow. Can't bust the ones that show you know. Microphone sparking truth on fire. 11:45, the vibes climb high. Cavils in the mix, sharp with in tow. Colt Benny dropping gems, watch them flow. Exo Charles bring the heat on blast. Taking souls free, breaking molds, steadfast. Haters creeping shadows, fake applause. But we dissect them, yeah, without a pause. Saturday night, mic check, keep it tight. Critical minds on the grind all night. Debates ignite, we take flight. Big shout outs, turn wrongs to rights. Saturday night, mic check, keep it tight. Critical minds on the grind all night. Debates ignite, we take flight. Big shout outs, turn wrongs to rights. Tea and toast with ghosts with that haunting spin. Sonic's mindscape dives deep within. Can't Russell dropping wisdom that cuts. Truth in the air, yeah, the world adjusts. Pod Squad united, we dissect the scene. Live stream dreams through your glowing scream. Analysis sharper than a razor blade. Facts on the table, let the truth cascade. Let the truth cascade. Saturday night, mic check, keep it tight. Critical minds on the grind all night. Debates ignite, we take flight. Big shout outs, turn wrongs to rights. Saturday night, mic check, keep it tight. Critical minds on the grind all night. Debates ignite, we take flight. Big shout outs, turn wrongs to rights.
Hustlers unite, camp hustle ignite. In the land of the grind where the sun never bites. Commentary sharp, cut deep like a saber. Live stream wild, views stack like skyscrapers. Colt Benny cooking, David's on the clock. Cavils with the shots, Exo Charles got the locks. Taking souls for free, snatching time like a thief. YouTube grind heavy, no room for belief. Hustlers unite, we don't sleep at night. Camp hustle in sight. Gotta hustle, take flight, live stream the struggle, commentary the fight. Hustlers unite, keep the hustle airtight. Camp Hustle One, it's the mission they dread. Where the vision stays sharp and the critics get fed. Videos drop, every second's a jewel. Taking souls for the free, no mercy, no school. Colt Benny stirring pots, algorithm in the stew. David stacking chips, playing chess with the view. Cavils with the mic, truth bombs, they explode. Exo Charles in the shadows, unlocking every code. Mic in the hand, hustle in the veins. Content on the brain, never playing games. From the comments to the streams, this is how we reign. Hustlers unite. Hustlers unite. Yeah. Content on the brain, never playing games. From the comments to the streams, this is how we reign. Content on the brain, never playing games. From the comments to the streams, this is how we reign. Hustlers unite, we don't sleep at night. Camp hustle in sight, gotta hustle, take flight. Mic in the hand, hustle in the veins. Content on the brain, never playing games. From the comments to the streams, this is how we reign.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Camp Hustle One here, back with another live stream. Hope you guys are all having a wonderful evening. Not going to waste any time. Let's jump right into it. So we're back with another one, man. It's been a quite eventful week. I actually was working a lot, and a lot happened actually this week. I got my back tooth taken out. It's caused me a lot of pain. I was on some pain medication for a little bit. and I'm still on that pain medication. So I hope you guys will bear with me. I do have a topic tonight. It's something that was brought to me within the last couple hours by a lady that I work with, and shout out to her. She actually gave me the inspiration for this idea. Coke Benny, welcome to the stream, sir. Sup, Camp? Good to see you, sir. Yeah, so she gave me the inspiration for the topic of this video because it was kind of something that she said, kind of maybe in frustration or in passing. We were just having conversations about how over time, when you are out meeting people and stuff, and dating people and going in and out of relationships, people tend to put on a face, a false face, if you will, and this will kind of be like their facade that they will run for a couple months, maybe even maybe even a year, but eventually the mask does come down and reality sets in and the honeymoon stage is over. I think it's important to understand why this happens and why people typically cannot handle the reality of a relationship once the masks come down. This happens with men and women, so we're both equally guilty of this. I don't think anybody's out of the clear of it, but what I took a lot of notes on this actually, and I would like to show you guys what I am talking about. Well, I'll just read what I'm talking about so you guys don't have to, you guys can listen to me while I'm saying it. But what I came up with is when, at first, when people start dating or courting, whatever, they often put on like their best self-performance. It's kind of like, their representative who you're meeting for the first date, second date, even the third date. And it's more of an impression management. It's just about, we try to hide what's going on beneath the surface because we don't want to, at least speaking from a man's perspective, we don't want to show all of our flaws or any instability or any self-doubt that we have about ourselves. We don't want to show any of that. We want to just protrude confidence, stability, even humor, kindness, etc., all that stuff. And it's just our way of attracting women. We try to put our best foot forward. We try to make sure we're clean. Our clothes are nice and pressed and we smell nice and all that stuff. I mean, all these things are, outward exterior parts of ourselves that we try to show to the opposite sex to let them know that, yeah, we are a stable individual. We care about our grooming. Grooming is very important. It should be important, at least to men and women. But I know that women especially will pick up on certain things about men that men probably don't, kind of overlooked, in terms of like personal style, clothing choice, even scent or haircut. A lot of this stuff could be changed or averted, if it doesn't mesh well in the beginning. It would just probably take another person's eyes, maybe taking a look at you, maybe giving you a self-assessment, or maybe even a trusted female, maybe in your family. I don't know. You can't really always trust your family because your family will always have a bias about you. It's always good to have a person that is of the opposite sex that you're not trying to be with, to see if you could get an honest answer out of, hey, does this shirt look all right? Do I look like a nerd with this haircut? I don't know, anything. It's always good to get like the female perspective of things. These people, it's always good to get it from someone who also has no inherent bias towards you. Maybe they could be a coworker, or it could be, maybe a distant relative, or maybe even a friend of a friend. That's kind of always good too. I notice that this happens a lot with certain guys that are new to dating and they're just trying to figure out their way in the world, and they're trying to figure out, do I say this? Or is this coming on too strong? Do I bring flowers? And there are some girls that'll tell you, hey, I like flowers on the first date. And there's some girls that are like, no, you're an absolute try-hard creep if you bring me flowers on the first date. So men are really, they're trying to decide like what is the best way to approach the situation and what's incorrect, what's something we should steer clear of. So I think what we should do, I'm going to go through my notes of what I have, and and if you guys disagree with me, you guys are more than welcome to chime in. Let me know if you guys have differing opinions and stuff. I openly welcome that. And at the end of all this, I will more than happy bring on anybody if you guys will like have a discussion about this. I will open the Discord lines and we can have a nice little chat. So starting with the first point, kind of like an evolutionary psychology angle. In the early stages of attraction, people subconsciously try to signal traits that make them seem like good partners. I said this before, showing confidence, showing that you have stability, you have a good job, you have a nice car, that you're funny, you're quick-witted, and you're also kind. I think kindness goes a long way as well. And I think it's nature's way of helping us attract another person before they notice all of our quirks, because the quirks are really what's going to kind of set us apart from one another. Everybody's different in their own little way and special little way. But number 2 would be social conditioning. I think society teaches us that first impressions are everything. Movies, dating apps, social norms, they all reward presenting well. So people naturally highlight their best sides and hide their flaws. How do we do this? We do this through filters. We do this through online dating profiles. We read a lot of books on picking up women and pickup lines, and people go to online gurus. They pay for courses and they do all of this stuff. They go through all of this work on the back end so that they can present well on the front end. Number 3, fear of rejection. This is another reason why people try to put their best foot forward. They know that vulnerability is risky. Most people, they're afraid that if they show their true selves too early, their insecurities, habits, or their opinions, political and non-political, the other person might lose interest. So we try to curate what we show the other until we feel safe. This could take months. This could take a couple years, but eventually the act is over and you have to just kind of be real after a while. Number 4, reciprocal idealization. Both people are projecting an ideal. Your perfect mate is an agreeable woman who laughs at all your jokes, who smiles at you, who touches your shoulder whenever you say something funny, or, just you catch her glancing at you, not even wanting to have a conversation, but just to look at you. And, these are all like things that women can do to make themselves more appealing to us. And then for us, we just like to act like we're confident, that we're funny, that we don't have a care in the world, or maybe we have a lot that we care about, and or we have a path in life, that we have goals in life, and stuff that we're working towards. I think it's always good to have something that you're working towards. These are all things that we like to project about ourselves to someone else in order to say, yes, this is what we're all about. So by projecting ideal, we're not just doing this for them, we're doing this for us, because we want to be the best type of person for that person. And it's like both people are playing roles in a fantasy before the reality sets in. Number 5, chemistry versus compatibility. I think in early romance, that's driven like chemistry. This is just like unspoken attraction. You get the dopamine, you get the serotonin and all that good stuff, whatever. But those chemicals, they make people act differently. And you either are more charming, you're more agreeable, and you're doing all this great stuff. You're even opening the door, you're paying for meals. I don't know, maybe picking her literally off of her feet, sweeping her off her feet, and you're doing all this romantic stuff that you see in the movies, and you do all this stuff until the rush levels off and the real personality dynamics actually emerge. Cabos, welcome to the stream, sir. What's up, everybody? Good to see you, sir. Welcome to the stream. We're just talking about relationships and how, over time, it always happens, the mask that we put on for each other, our first impressions that we put up for each other, it always is something that we inherently do. We don't try to be manipulative. We don't try to be someone we're not. We just try to be a better version of ourselves. And I think it's very important to understand why we do this. And that, I don't think it comes from any type of malicious intent. It's just, hey, you're meeting somebody new. Here's a trial version of my best self. You know, I mean, I think it's kind of like I think it's a decent approach actually. But the real challenge comes later, you know, when both people drop the act and they still see if they still like each other for who they really are. That's when the true test really starts. And, you know, first I was thinking, okay, we could take this whole perspective about, yes, men put on an act for women, and then after they get the woman, it's like the chase is over. So once the chase is over, we don't want them anymore. That's not true. I think that once the chase is over, you know, men are kind of, you know, it takes a lot, I think, for men to leave a woman, but we are more likely to be settled into the relationship and just ready to just take on the rest of the world while we have, you know, our romantic situation intact. You know, it makes things easier for us to focus on other things when we have that part locked down. Whereas it's easy for someone who doesn't have anybody to completely fall face first into their work, completely blocking everybody out, friends and family and relationships, in order to pursue their goals and stuff. But when you are in a relationship, it's like, it's kind of a balancing act. You know, you got to balance your work with your relationship, your, you know, your play, your, you know, your responsibilities, all that stuff. It's all a balancing act. And I think that every successful relationship is tested at some point in time. And it's just a matter of strength in, you know, your willpower to stay true to yourself, and you got to be happy with yourself first before you can be happy with someone else. But also to really truly, if you really truly care about someone, that you not only say it, but you show it. You know, I mean, actions do definitely speak louder than words, and effort goes a long way in terms of a long-term relationship, rather than putting all your effort up front and then later on just not trying and not giving up and just kind of giving up or whatever. Cabos came back. He says, good topic, Camp. Thanks, man. It wasn't even mine. I can't even take credit for this topic tonight. It's just, it was something that, you know, a lady brought to me, and I was like, look, I mean, I could probably throw my hat in the ring on this topic. And, you know, I have a very, very smart audience, and I'm pretty sure we can figure all this stuff out. T and Toast Ghost, welcome to the stream, sir. Evening, Camp. Good to see you, sir. But yeah, I mean, whether you're in a relationship, not in a relationship, or, you know, in the talking stage or whatever, I think this conversation is good for everybody across the board, because I think it's good for men to all be on the same page when it comes to this thing about the mask, you know, the mask that we wear in the beginning, and then also noticing the masks that women wear in the beginning. You know, women are a lot more flirty, more happy, more, you know, smiling, more fun. And then, you know, after a couple years, you know, it just becomes about duty, you know, especially if you're raising a family and, you know, you have children and stuff. Even if you don't have children, it's about duty. It's about, you know, working through the thick and the thin. And even if you're not married yet, you know, people that are together for years and years and years and they never get married, it's still very important to take it day by day and not give up, you know, because it's so easy to give up, but there's so much work that needs to be done in terms of building a solid foundation to a relationship. So we're going to talk about the men's side first, because I think that's probably the easiest way to start. And then we can kind of delve into the female side of things and why women will be agreeable in the beginning and then slowly start, you know, not saying all, but will slowly start showing more of their opinions, more of their independence, more of their goals and stuff, and maybe even differing opinions that you had in the beginning. So starting with the men, though, I think for us, you know, our goal is to appear capable, confident, desirable, and someone who has options, you know, who can provide value socially, emotionally, financially, and sexually. I think all of these things, we want to try to hit all of those things. Of course, you know, it all takes time to get, financially set, to get emotionally set, to get socially set, to be sexually experienced. You know, all this stuff takes time. And I really wonder how couples that get together in like high school and stay together like all the way until old age, it's just like that's that to me is kind of like a diamond in the rough. It doesn't happen. Like it's just a small like 0.1% chance of that being like a reality for most people. But even though I think even those relationships go through tough times, maybe even separations, and then they get back together. I don't think anybody's perfect, you know? I think it's just all of what we like to show on social media and what we like to portray ourselves as. We always like to show the best parts on social media, and we always cut out all the bad stuff. So, starting with men, common behavior, confidence. We want to display it even if it's fake. You know, men often exaggerate confidence because they know uncertainty can be read as weakness. You know, guys that are just unsure about themselves, they don't know what to do, they don't really have a direction in life. Or even guys that are shy, that just kind of sit in the corner, don't really talk to women and stuff. They kind of like wait for women to approach them. Little callback there. Even shy guys, you know, will try to act more assertive, decisive, or even dominant, and it just comes off as kind of, you know, it's fake confidence, is what it is. Number 2 is status signaling. You know, whether this is, you know, showing career ambition, nice clothes, a gym physique, or material success. It's all a way of showing that I'm capable, I'm stable, and I have enough to provide for you. And number 3, agreeability masking. So early on, you know, men may downplay opinions or preferences that could cause friction. So I don't know. I mean, I'm just off the top of my head, a woman who is like, you know, I'm strictly vegan, you know, and a guy will be like, yeah, like I completely agree with that. I think harming animals is bad or something. Let's say something like that. You know, this guy might be a full on carnivore, but at least for the first date, yeah, he'll go to that Sunflower Cafe or, you know, vegan restaurant of some kind. He'll eat tofu salad with you or something like that for one night, you know, just to kind of play ball and everything, because he thinks you're attractive and he wants to get in there. So yeah, he's gonna wear the mask of, yeah, I'll be a vegan for a night. So agreeability masking, that's kind of what that is. Early on, you know, we'll downplay the opinions and preferences, you know, that could cause arguments, and, you know, we want to seem easygoing, you know, whatever you like, I like kind of energy, you know, until, you know, the comfort sets in, and that, you know, that's always coming. So just understand that is always on the horizon. Number 4, charm offensive. You know, we like to, you know, be humorous. We like to tell really funny stories. We like to even tease people. You know, I think you guys heard from the pickup artists of the past that they like to do the whole negging thing where, you know, they'll pick up something about, you know, about a woman's characteristics, whatever, and tease her about it. And just to kind of get her on her toes a little bit, you know, because you got all these guys that are doing the whole simping thing and going up and paying them compliments. And after a while, I think all of that kind of falls on deaf ears for a woman. You know, they probably turn away 1,000 people a day, but that one guy that sticks out and be like, yeah, you have some funny looking ears, you know, and then they just keep walking. That guy's going to stand out amongst the whole sea of men that were like just trying to simp over her. So a little bit of teasing can be good. But, you know, these are social weapons. You know, men use them to show social intelligence and likability, especially since women often value emotional connection more than a visual appeal. I mean, any guy can get a girl if he has confidence, but, you know, he has to have a lot of other things working for him as well that are kind of unspoken. But we'll go back into that later. Number 5, selective vulnerability. Men might share just enough personal info to seem deep or mysterious, but avoid showing real emotional need. Now, I'm not talking about wearing like sunglasses in a club, you know, to seem mysterious. I'm just saying, like, you know, being kind of vague about maybe what you do as for a job, you know, or maybe, I don't know, maybe your living situation is a little vague, you know, you don't want, maybe you're living with like a couple of roommates and stuff, but you don't really say that. You just say, well, you know, I'm actually helping out a friend in need. He's kind of staying with me for a little while to get back on his feet, you know. But yeah, this is my place, you know. What is really, you're sharing the two-bedroom duplex with, Frank on the couch over there. So, we'll share just enough personal information just to kind of keep that mystery about us, but we'll avoid showing like real emotional need. It's a balancing act, between open and too soft, So that's kind of like the overall like 5 things that men will do is just, first one, like fake confidence, status signaling, agreeability, masking, charm offensive, and selective vulnerability. That's kind of like the 5 things that men will do in the very beginning of a relationship to kind of like just let everybody know like, yeah, we're not like a creep. We're not a weirdo. We're an actual decent human being, and maybe even a better than average human being. And, that's all you really want to aim for in the dating market is better than average, right? So let's switch gears now to the women's early dating performance. And what this is just their goal is to appear desirable, kind of like what we do, but also kind of be high value, emotionally intelligent, someone who is wanted but is not desperate. That's kind of like, a very thin line that women have to walk, because women, they want to be attractive, but they don't want to be viewed as like, oh, they're so attractive that they always have, guys and stuff like that, because no guy wants a girl that has a bunch of guys. We want a girl that's attractive, that's not sleeping around all the time, which, that's kind of, it's kind of a unicorn, it's like you see a really pretty girl and you're like, there's no way she's single, but she's single, but the mindset has to be that, she's only single right now, maybe she has a couple beta male orbiters in her orbit, and you're just another one that's slowly picking up on her on your radar. So it's very important to, I don't want to sound like a red pill guy, because we've heard Fresh say that it's not about being the first. It's just, hey, this is just your turn. I think it's important for men to have higher standards than that. Like you want to find someone who is attractive, and you also want to have someone who is not giving themselves away too easily. I think it's kind of good for a woman to put up a little bit of resistance in the beginning. I don't think any man wants a woman that's like super easy, to crack. That's not what we want. We want a little bit of a challenge. We want a little bit of a chase. I think that's kind of the whole thrill in the beginning of every relationship. So the common behaviors that a woman will do in the beginning of a relationship would be emotional mirroring. Now, what does this mean? This means women will tend to amplify connection through empathy, matching tone, interest, and enthusiasm. And it creates a feeling of like, oh, we just click, we have a really good conversation. Like they like the same things I like, and we like the same music, and we're both from St. Augustine and all this other stuff. It's just like, it could be anything, but it's like an overwhelming amount of agreeableness, and which would be called emotional mirroring. Number 2, soften boundary. Soften boundaries temporarily, and temporarily is very important because depending on your attractiveness to the woman, you could get away with possibly sleeping with her on the first date, or even if you are her type and all this stuff, she might make you wait just because it might develop into something serious, and she wants to just see how long your mask will stay on. And many women, they hide their assertiveness or opinions that might seem too strong early on, especially if they've been told that being direct scares men away. Now, I think being direct is something that's important for men to be, and it's also important for women to do it as well. But I think in the beginning of a relationship, I think it does drive some people away. If, say, like, I don't know, what example could you bring? Maybe like a woman that is like, she's like, oh, this guy's gotta be a Republican. He's gotta be like, he's gotta have all the same views that I have and all this other stuff like that. But like any other guy's gonna be like, dude, like, yeah, like we might have voted for the same president, but like, I don't care about all these things that you care about. Or maybe it's completely different. Maybe it's like, I didn't vote at all because I don't care about any of that stuff. And, she might be like, oh, okay, well, that's okay. She might be like, playing like, oh, that's not a big deal, but it could be a big deal later on, but it's just like, sometimes I think women will just hide this type of opinion that they have because they don't want to mess up something good, because you might have a bunch of other characteristics about yourself that she might find attractive. And she's like, I don't really want to throw this one away just yet. So number 3, physical and emotional presentation. So from makeup and styling to posture and tone, early dating is a stage performance of femininity, while one curated for attraction and safety. This is pretty easy to understand. I mean, I think the investment that men make up front, I was saying this earlier to the woman, is that, when we go out on a date and stuff, I think it's typically acceptable for men to kind of invest everything up front in terms of like taking you out, paying for the date, opening the door, doing all that traditional stuff. And then a woman, she invests in you by giving you her time, by taking care, showing, basically dressing up really nice, dolling herself up for you, wearing, a really nice perfume, doing her hair, nails, all the stuff that's, she spends a lot of money on her physical and presentation, and then also emotional presentation. All of it is kind of like her best representative is what she's showing you on that first date. And it's all for attraction and safety in the beginning. So number 4, interest management. Women will often balance appearing interested but not too available. They play it cool tactic. It prevents coming off as needy, and while it still shows kind of a reciprocity. I think something that happens with women in the beginning is that they don't want to seem too available. So yeah, they might not answer your calls, or they might say that they're busy for something, whatever, because maybe they need like a little time, or maybe they might have a whole roster of guys, and they might not be able to get to you until next week. That's the reality for a lot of people. Do you want to be with a woman that has a roster? That's your choice. If she's what you want, men will play the game, and that's just the reality of it. Number 5, positive projection. Women, they sometimes highlight nurturing and understanding traits early, being supportive, attentive, easy to talk to. Do you have a child? I love children, like that kind of thing, and they want to show you that, yes, I can be a good caretaker. I could even be a good mother, and I think that's kind of something that all men are looking for in long term. We're looking for a woman that could be able to foster children, take care of children, and not put herself before the children, and, so they will highlight nurturing and understanding traits early, being supportive, attentive, and easy to talk to, before revealing deeper complexities or standards. Now, a lot of this stuff will come later. The whole, what are we, like, why aren't you doing anything with your life? I mean, these conversations always come down the pipe. It's just a matter of when. It's not a matter of why. It's just a matter of when it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And, us as men, it's just all in how we handle it, and if we're on our game, we'll be able to answer those questions. If we're not, we're going to get left. We're going to get dumped, and it is true. I would say the majority of relationships break up because men basically don't measure up to what women's standards are, which, some women's standards are kind of too high, almost impossible even, arguably. But then you have redeeming qualities about yourself that kind of benefit you in the end, to where a woman was like, okay, I'll give him another chance. I'll give him a second chance, or give him a third chance. And then before you know it, you guys are together for years, maybe you have a couple kids, and there's a lot of flaws that you have, and there's a lot of flaws that she has, but you guys accept each other because you've gotten to that point now where you've had so much time in that you don't want to lose something that you've put so much stability and a foundation on. So the ironic twist about this is that men tend to inflate strengths, confidence, capability, while women often understate their assertiveness and selectiveness. Both forms of adaptation, men try to earn approval, and women try not to lose it. That's probably the best way I can say it. Tea and Toast with Ghost. Tea and Toast with Ghost. He's like, you mean built? Wait, the built a bear woman? The Build a Bear woman? I've never heard of that. I've heard the male version of that, but I've never heard of the woman version of that. I think I might have to invite you on later, sir, so we can have a back and forth about this after I get through my notes. So, yes, men tend to inflate strengths. Women often understate their assertiveness and selectiveness. And, we try to earn earn approval while women try not to lose it. And over time, when both stop performing, that's when reality sets in. That's when the masks come off. Okay. And that's when the true relationship starts. The man, he might turn out to be more insecure or passive than he seemed in the beginning, and the woman might reveal stronger opinions, independence, or expectations that weren't apparent before, and that goes back to, you're not earning enough money, or, I don't really like the fact that you like to, go golfing on the weekends with your friends while you leave me at the house and whatever to watch Netflix and shit. Or maybe she's like, I want to have my own job. I want to go back to school and I want to, have my own career and stuff because you're out here conquering the world. I want to conquer it as well. And that's not, it might not align with the type of woman that you were trying to court in the beginning. You just wanted her to nest at the house while you went and took care of the world and just kind of gave her an easy life. But some women don't want an easy life. Some women want to contribute as well. And that's the reality of the world now. So, I want to kind of go through the different stages of relationships. I guess when I'm talking about the different stages, I'll have to break it down into like month blocks. Okay, so I would say the honeymoon glow, when it starts fading, it's in like 1 to 3 months. So what happens here? The dopamine rush that fuels early infatuation, it starts to level off, okay? People get comfortable. They stop editing every sentence. They start editing, every text and every outfit. They kind of just, I think we've all seen it. We've seen it. I've seen it in men and women where, men stop taking care of themselves. They stop going to the gym. Women, they just stop wearing makeup. They start, walking around outside in pajama pants and bonnets and all this other stuff. And they just do not care because they're like, I'm in a secure relationship. Okay. I got somebody locked down. I already got the ring, so I ain't got to try no more. That's not true. Okay. That's a lie. So I think men, we gotta definitely stay on our square. We gotta make sure that we're still taking care of ourselves. We're still, staying employed, keeping good with our health, making sure that, we're getting enough rest and stuff. And then we're also, we're nurturing our relationship. We're not ignoring her. We're making sure that, we're having those conversations and, keep building that relationship brick by brick and not letting any arguments fester overnight. That's one of the most important rules I can ever employ to you guys. If you're in a long-term relationship, do not ever go to bed angry with one another. Settle every argument before you go to sleep, because the moment you do that, the moment that you go to bed angry and you wake up, it's just going to get amplified. It's going to get worse. And then the whatever standing that you had, you're going to start like 2 steps back. So wherever you were, you're gonna in the morning, you're gonna be 2 steps back, and then you're basically gonna be fighting to be breaking even. And it's an uphill battle from that point on. So men, stop over initiating plans or dates once they feel like a woman likes them. They stop over initiating dates or plans. They're just like, okay, so this person likes me. I don't have to try no more. I don't have to take her anywhere. We don't have to do new things because I got her, right? We can just chill. We can Netflix and chill, and it's cool. It's done. What's another thing that we do? Their confident charm, it might fade, revealing a more laid back or passive tendencies. We might start testing boundaries, showing more of their humor, teasing, or unfiltered opinions, maybe a little bit of racism. I don't know. Just throwing it out there for an example. And it might not be something that she initially picked up on you as a person, what will women do? Women will start voicing their real preferences. Like, I actually don't really like that restaurant, or I don't really like it when you do that particular thing that you think is so cool, They may stop maintaining the always upbeat emotional tone, like less sweet energy and more real mood expression. I think everybody knows what I'm talking about here. Then they might start showing subtle expectations for consistency, respect, and a deeper effort. No more it's fine when it isn't. Everybody knows, at least you should know this as a man, that when a woman says that she's fine, it's never that, man. But when we say we're fine, it's pretty much that. The psychology behind all this stuff is that attraction switches from presentation mode to compatibility testing mode. Each person subconsciously starts asking, can this person handle the real me? Or do I need to keep up this facade for a little while longer? Eventually the mask has to come down. So that's the first honeymoon stage. That's going to be from 1 to 3 months. What's the next stage? That's going to be the first conflict. Now, this can happen anywhere from 3 to 6 months. What happens here? Sometimes small becomes a test of emotional maturity. Sometimes something, really small. It could be something, I don't know, maybe leaving your underwear on the floor, not putting in the hamper, or maybe leaving the toilet seat up. That's that old meme, whatever. It could be something just as little as that. And it just becomes a test of your emotional maturity, a miscommunication or an unmet expectation, or even a jealousy trigger. It could be like a woman that gave you a hug at work and your wife was right there in the car. She saw the whole thing. She's like, who's this bitch? So jealousy could go either way in the beginning of a relationship. It could be kind of the fire that sparks the relationship back up again, because a little bit of jealousy could be kind of a reaffirmation that you could spin and be like, look, you're the only one. I don't understand why you're so insecure or whatever. And so you do your part as a man to kind of reaffirm her that, look, I'm solid. You ain't gonna worry about me. All right. That's just my coworker. You got nothing to worry about. All right. And whatever, you just say whatever you want. You can say your tits are bigger than hers anyway, so don't even matter. Don't say that. Just I'm just kind of throwing stuff out there. What you could say jokingly, of course, but I think it's kind of it's good to kind of what's the word? Not reassess, but what's the word when you want to let a person know that, hey, don't worry, everything's cool, everything's good. Reaffirm. No, is that the word? Reassure. I'm just trying to reassure you got nothing to worry about. That's kind of your role as a man in the early stages of a relationship, especially when jealousy sometimes will set in when there's other females or other people that are in your circle, and they might, have questionable actions, you're like, you're sitting a little too close to this person at the table, or, who's this person in the picture or whatever. And, you got their arm around you and everything. And I don't know. It's like, there's an explanation for everything, and it's just up to you whether you want to put forth the effort to explain all that stuff. So what men will do here is we'll be calm, collected guy that might suddenly get defensive and shut down. So when it comes to in the beginning, nothing really bothered us. We're kind of laid back. We're kind of chill. We're maybe even be a little bit funny and stuff, kind of lighthearted. But then something will be said by the woman, and it will be, I don't know, it might shake our confidence a little bit, and we might put up a wall or get defensive about it, or maybe just kind of shut down, just go quiet, and it's really easy to see the frustration on someone's face when you've said something that completely changed their whole mood. That can happen. Some will show frustration through withdrawal. I just need space. I need to go for a walk. I need to go to the bar. I need to go hang out with the boys. They want to do that instead of talking to you, or if he's insecure, he may react to her emotions like they're attacks, like every little attack that you're doing to me, I feel like I just want to go out and just get away from that. I want to go hang out with the boys, maybe go to the bar, maybe talk to a couple other women that are a little bit, better, happier to see me or something like that. At least they can fake it. And, just kind of take a little vacation from you for a while. It's something that some men will do. What will women do? the cool girl mask cracks and her real emotional needs emerge. She went from being like this cool, awesome chick that, maybe loved playing video games, maybe, I don't know, maybe was into Pokemon like you were. And now she's just like, she doesn't really care about any of that stuff now. She's just kind of really emotional, and, she just needs you to hear her. And maybe you're like, where is this coming from? This isn't someone that, you weren't so emotional when I first met you. Why have you changed, But this is all something that it's developed over time. And the more a woman trusts you, the more the barriers come down, and the more easier it is for her to be vulnerable with you. So women may start expressing disappointment or hurt more directly. So any actions that you do as a man, whether you thought it was light or heavy, or maybe even thought it didn't even matter, it mattered a lot to her, and maybe she might let you know this time. Whereas, before she would just brush it off, maybe, didn't even care. Or maybe she did care, but she just didn't tell you. But now she's starting to tell you. Or what a woman can do, she can test your emotional availability, not as a game, but as a subconscious check. Like, can you handle me when I'm not smiling? Do you notice when I'm not smiling? So do you try to fix the situation? Do you try to inquire about the situation, or do you just ignore it? These are a lot of different ways that us as men, we can handle it. And depending on the woman, it can be the right one or the wrong one. But the psychology behind it is that conflict reveals attachment styles. The mask slip here shows that each person regulates fear and intimacy when things feel off. So the next stage that I want to talk about is the vulnerability crossroad. Now, this is going to be from 6 months to a year, okay? Those that made it over the whole year hump, okay? You start revealing real life stress, whether this is bills, unpaid, parking tickets. I don't know. It could be, I always want to go to money when it comes to like stress stuff, because I would say money is probably the only thing that really truly stresses a lot of people out. I think once you're in a relationship, like money becomes your stress, past traumas, whether, it was something from your childhood or from your teenage years, or your even long-term expectations, maybe they're just not, a lot of the things that you planned for your life, they're starting to fall through because, you're starting to see that time is moving a lot faster, and you're kind of losing time every day that you're possibly in a relationship that is kind of taking you away. You're taking your focus away from your goals. So, and, I always like to call the vulnerability crossroad the are we actually compatible stage. That's a question that I think probably gets answered, within that year, or maybe even a couple months after the year is over, it's a year. It does fly by fast. The longer you're together, but that first year together is the longest year. I will say that. What men will do in this are we compatible stage, the performance of I've got it all together, it fades, they start being a little bit more honest about themselves. They might procrastinate more, and they might just say, I don't really have any interest in being rich. That was never really a dream of mine. I just want to be comfortable. For a woman to hear that, maybe that doesn't align with her goals. And she's like, well, no, I kind of wanted a winner that wanted to always win and continue to win. And I don't want someone to just kind of like be complacent on the sidelines, whatever. I want somebody that's going to be able to wheel and deal and kind of, take me all over the world and stuff like that. And, you, after that year saying, I think I'm good. I think I'm just kind of comfortable working this 9-to-5 job, maybe at the warehouse. And, it's good. It's solid. I get 401k, I got benefits and everything like that. I don't really need to have like a bunch of properties or a vacation house in a foreign country or anything like that. I think I'm just good. I don't need much to be happy. And that's kind of the truth about most men, is that most men don't need a lot of things to be happy. We just need like a few things to be happy, but it's never like we don't need this crazy, like endless list of things, because all that stuff is fleeting at the end, man. It's like we just want peace. Most men just want peace. And if we can find it with ourselves, great. If we can find it with someone, even better. Also with men, true emotional range appears, and that means anxiety, frustration, even fear of failure. A lot of this stuff, like we don't want to show in the beginning because we want to just appear that we're capable, that, nothing can stop us. We're unstoppable. We're invincible. But, after that year of being together, and maybe you lose that job, or maybe you lose that promotion, or maybe you don't get that promotion, you get passed over. And, your wife sees that, she notices that, or maybe not your wife, maybe your girlfriend sees that. And maybe you don't take it so well. Maybe you act a little depressed or frustrated and stuff. And she sees that for the first time, and it could go, it could be good or bad. It could be an opportunity for her to come comfort you, to kind of get you back on your square, to kind of reinvigorate your confidence, or she could possibly leave you while you're down in the dumps. I mean, that's the reality of it. But again, these are all things that could happen, and whether people stay together or not, it all depends on the strength and the willpower of the people. If you want to be with someone and you've explained to them that, look, I'm solid, no matter what happens, we'll always, as long as we have each other, we'll be fine. Like, I'm going to be here to take care of you. You ain't got to worry about me. I'm not going to, mess around with anybody like that. I'm just going to go to work, make sure I make enough money for us. And if we have a family, I make sure to always come home and spend time with the family and stuff like that. You do all this reassuring and everything like that, and then you still lose that promotion. I think the woman's still going to be like there to be your security. You're like, look, don't worry. I'm going to be with you. Even if you have nothing, I'm going to build you back up until, we're back on our feet again. That's when you found a real one. So it really kind of sets apart the girls from the women. You want to be eventually in a long-term relationship with the woman that is a solid base for you, that you don't have to worry about anything else. You don't have to worry about, her walking out on you because, maybe you lost a job or something like that, or something. Something maybe could have been out of your control. You could have been furloughed from your job or downsized or something. And then, now you need to figure out, you got to start from square one. A good woman will stay by your side and just keep you motivated, to keep you, get you back on your feet. And that's what every man needs to have, Let's see. The last thing about men we'll open up and we'll grow closer, and others, they'll pull back because vulnerability feels like weakness. Now, I would say a lot of the men in the red pill will say, don't confide in your girl, just confide in your boys, because men understand men, and women, they don't want to see a man, broken down and crying and all that stuff like that, because that will kind of be too visceral for them to understand, and then they'll start losing attraction for you. Now, some women will say, I'm not affected by a man who's crying over like a parent that they lost, like that is understandable. They might draw the line at like maybe a goldfish. Your goldfish died and you're just weeping over here. Yeah, I can see how like they could be like, I don't really like that, But even if it's like a job, like, look, you put 10 years in this one job, whatever, and the job goes belly up, so now you're without a job, and yeah, it sucks because now you got to take your skills, you got to move it to some other company, or you got to maybe start your own business, and that's going to take time, and there's a lot of uncertainty there. And I think, for some women, uncertainty is not attractive. Women like stability, so that could be something that could trigger them to possibly exit from the relationship. So, there's a lot of things that could happen, and there's a lot of variables in what a relationship, but it all depends on the compatibility of the man and the woman. So I know it's easier to just say, find a good one, but there's a lot of things that you need to consider, and I think it's kind of different when it comes to men and women. When it comes to like things that happen to women, it's like men, we just have to be there to like listen to their problems and stuff. We don't necessarily have to solve their problems. It'd be nice if we could solve all their problems, but sometimes it's best just to kind of listen to the problems, Whereas women, women will want to solve the problem, or they'll want to just kind of be there to just kind of keep us from going crazy, from robbing a bank or, shooting up a place, whatever, and just kind of keep us level-headed. Sometimes that's all we need to do is just keep ourselves level-headed and reassured that no matter what, they got our back, no matter what happens and stuff. I mean, sometimes that's all we need to hear. We just need to hear that, and we're like, okay, we're good. I'll start first thing in the morning, Monday morning, and I'll start anew, and we will make sure we're back on our feet, and we'll be back to normal. So, what women will do. This is what women will do when the vulnerability crossroad at 12 months. The mask of I'm easy to please completely disappears. I think people that have been in marriages for a couple years will understand what I'm saying when I say this. It could be something as simple of like, I don't know, like a flower you see on the ground, you pick it up to and give it to her. She's like, oh, she's so happy, whatever. You do that a year after being in a relationship, she's going to be like, why? What, you're too cheap to go buy flowers or something like that? Or I don't want this. This isn't a flower. This is a weed. Like why did you? This is a dandelion. Like this isn't it's not sweet anymore. The simple little things, whatever, of trying to seem sweet, it just doesn't work anymore. And that's what happens. So standards, they get clearer. She starts expressing what she truly needs instead of what is convenient for her. Now, sometimes this can resonate in, I just want a guy that cares about me. I want a guy that, makes a lot of money, or I want a guy that is a family person, or I want a person that, I don't know, likes dogs or something like that. It could be whatever, but her standards, as she's going to let they're going to be a lot more clearer in terms of, it's not going to be so nebulous. She's going to actually let you know what she likes and what she doesn't like, and whether you want to respond to that in kindness and maybe make some adjustments, or if you're just like going to stand on your square and be like, that's a no, like no matter whether you want to get a dog or not, we're not getting a dog. I don't like dogs, or maybe even allergic to dogs. And like, please, I don't have to deal with that, And of course, a woman will look into it and be like, look, we can get a dog that doesn't have any fur, so you don't have to worry about the pet dander. And so like, I still don't want a dog, because I don't want to have to feed it. It's like, it's different when you have a kid, because it's like, that's another human being. But when it's an animal, it's like, like if that's not your animal, it's something that she wants, Some men are like, yeah, it's our animal. Some people are like, no, that's your animal, you take care of it. So I think you have to see eye to eye when it comes to animal pets, kind of like that. Emotional depth increases. So if he doesn't meet her on that level, she emotionally starts detaching. Now, what does this mean? This means just the classic scene of the man and the woman at the dining room table, just completely silent, sitting at each other, looking down at their plates and stuff, I don't know. Maybe it's their anniversary. It's the 1 year mark, and they're completely just silent. And maybe they're waiting for one or the other person to break the silence, or they just want to be, that's how they have peace, by not talking, not fighting. When there's no talking, there's no fighting. So maybe there's a lot of bickering going on. And they're like, you know what, when we can have a nice quiet dinner on our anniversary, don't have any arguments, that's probably better than nothing. So the psychology behind all this is that the authenticity phase, the first time both people interact as unfiltered selves, if the foundation is built on an illusion, the relationship will crack and possibly end here. There's, it's kind of like the make it or break it kind of thing. If you make it over that first year, and, it does get easier there, but typically once you get to that 1 year phase, you get to that point where the woman's asking, what are we doing here? What are your long-term goals for this relationship? And if you don't have a clear answer for that, you might be in a world of hurt. So The next phase that we're going to talk about is the realization phase. And this is going to be from 1 year and beyond. This can be, 1 to 5 years, maybe even 1 to 10 years. What happens, you've seen every sick, angry, bored, lazy day, not just one of your best days. You've seen the character that you've both played in the beginning. It's just completely gone. The makeup is gone. The sweatpants are out. What else? The hair is down. It's not, it's not done and everything. And, men maybe probably stop going to the gym. This is what men do. Men, if they were overperforming in confidence, the truth shows, and they're either emotionally grounded or they're still performing through avoidance and distraction. If he's genuine, then this is where dependability replaces charm. So you could, over time, you might have started off, very high confidence, maybe very capable and everything. But then after she's been with you for that year and everything, you swapped out that confidence for like dependability. Like, look, I may not be the number one guy in the office, but I'm always going to go to work. You got to be happy with that I'm still employed. And, some women will be happy with that, and some women will kind of want more out of that. This is what women will do after the 1 year and beyond stage of the relationship. If she is overperforming in agreeableness, she is now assertive and authentic, no longer afraid to say no or I disagree. This also could extend to she no longer laughs at your jokes that aren't funny. And it actually turns out that most of your jokes weren't funny. She's just now starting to stop laughing at them. That's tough. That's tough for a lot of people, but it happens. If she's seeking validation, she may now demand emotional reciprocity instead of just attention. She might want you to actually put some effort forward and not just say, yeah, you don't look fat in that dress. Not at all. Like, you look amazing. You look great, or no, let's just go and get it because as soon as I saw you in that dress, I wanted to rip it off you. I don't know. Say something like that. Something to kind of reassure you that, yeah, the fire is still there. The psychology behind all this is that at this stage, of a year and beyond, relationships shift from impression to integration. The question becomes, can I love the unfiltered version of you? And can you love mine? Can you love the unfiltered version of myself? Now, there is a mask slip timeline that I can go over real quick, and it's going to have 4 categories. You're going to have a phase, you're going to have a trigger, you're going to have the men's mask slip, which is, when the mask comes off for men, and then when the mask comes off for women, and what will happen during that phase. So the first phase of the early glow, the 1 to 3 months, the trigger is comfort. Okay. And what this happens for men when the mask slips for men is less effort, less showmanship when they have comfort. And when women have comfort, more real preferences and less politeness. Okay. From the 3 to 6 month phase, the first conflict, you get emotional friction. Now, with men, we get defensiveness, we get withdrawal. You either fight or you run away. You choose your battles at this point. With women with emotional friction, they get emotional expression, and they also get boundary setting. Might be cutting off the sex maybe until you get your act together. In the 6 to 12 month vulnerability phase, the trigger being deeper trust, men's mask slip will have true fears and insecurities surface once you have deeper trust. With women, when they have deeper trust, true standards and expectations appear. The final phase of the reality check from like 1 year plus, you get into like the routine in real life, chores, bills, day-to-day, arguments, disagreements, all that stuff. And when men have to deal with this, it's consistency or avoidance that defines him. And with women, when they have routine, real life, the authentic assertiveness defines her. So one thing that I would like to kind of delve into is when the man's mask slips first, what does that look like? You know, because sometimes the woman's mask will slip first and that will kind of trigger the man to slip. But sometimes it goes the other way around where the man kind of like drops his facade and then the woman has to react. So we're going to go through that part first. What does it look like when the man's mask slips first? He drops the performance. He maybe admits that he's stressed, insecure, broke, anxious, or emotionally exhausted. The confident, funny guy starts showing cracks. And, you know, this could be a deal breaker for a lot of women. Or it could be something to kind of strengthen the relationship where a woman will try to put more effort forward to try to nurture this individual, to bring them back to that person that they fell in love with. Common female reactions. Number one, empathetic nurturer. She leans in, she comforts, she listens, and she feels closer to this person. She sees the vulnerability as trust. The fact that he is revealing this anxiety, this self-confident, confidence about themselves. They're just like, maybe they're unsure about themselves. This is just trust. It's not weakness to a woman. And the result of all this, the relationship deepens. The emotional bond grows stronger, and this is often how love solidifies and how, people that are married for 30, 40, 50 years, when they act like this, when the woman basically nurtures a man who is starting to show insecurity or anxiousness or stress, and she actually leans in and she tries to, be his, the person that he can trust, that bond, it grows deeper. And that's a solid work for a foundation for a long-term successful relationship. Here's another one. Number 2, disillusioned observer. She feels quiet disappointment. The image she fell for doesn't match her reality, and she starts questioning his strength or long-term potential. And the result of this is kind of something we see every day. So the relationship shifts from a romantic excitement to a silent evaluation. And once you start pulling out the pros and the cons, man, it's like your days are numbered. So just understand that. Number 3, the role reversal trap. She takes on the therapist role, over-functioning emotionality while he underfunctions. And what this could mean is that it's a long-term imbalance. She feels drained because she's taken all of his stress, and he feels smothered because she's basically all up in his business. So, there's a delicate dance when it comes to being an emotional support for someone. You want someone that's going to be there, but not always be in all of your, your face and stuff like that. Like, come to you when you need them, but not all the time. Maybe sometimes you need your space. But what does this reveal about compatibility? If a woman respects vulnerability, it's a green flag for emotional depth. But if she loses attraction when he's vulnerable, it shows that she's drawn to the image of the person, not the man himself. What is the healthiest relationship? It's the ones where openness triggers reciprocity, not rejection. A woman that will leave you because, she finally saw you cry at your mother's funeral and she just could not bear to think that you could protect her or whatever. She just got this overwhelming feeling that you could not do anything for her or you couldn't protect her. I think that's you kind of dodged a bullet with that one, Whereas if you have a woman that runs to your aid and sees that, you're in this vulnerable stage because, everybody only has one mom. Okay. And, you're going through this time and she's there to emotionally support you. That's a keeper, So, but that's what separates the girls from the women. So, now we're going to talk about the women's side. When a woman's mask slips first before the man, what does this look like? She stops being easygoing. She's always the always smiling version of herself. not happening anymore. You rarely see her smile now. She starts expressing needs, boundaries, or disappointments. Not as attacks, but just as truth. She's just frustrated with always having to, I don't know, maybe do the dishes or take out the trash or household duties. She probably wants you to help out more, or maybe she wants you to spend more time with the kids, or maybe she's just like, you don't take me anywhere. We haven't gone anywhere in months, or it could be anything. Could be anything. It was just like, look, you portrayed yourself as this setting individual. You were on jets and different places all over the world, and now since we've been together, we haven't gone anywhere. So yeah, she might have questions about that, and you might have to explain that. Look, in order to have that type of lifestyle, you have to see less of me because I have to work a lot more, And I think I said this on a past live stream that, women, they want a winner. Sometimes women want a winner, but they don't want what it takes to be a winner. And sometimes what it takes is a lot more time at work than time at home. So, it's a balance, and there's a lot of sacrifice that comes into that. So what does it look like when a woman's mask slips first? The common male reactions. You have a secure responder. Now, this is the ideal man here. He will listen, he'll stay calm, and he'll engage without taking it personally. He'll see it beyond himself. He'll see the issue for what it really is, and he'll offer solutions, or maybe just an ear, to listen to this person and stuff. And maybe it's just a matter of just getting it off her chest. That was all she needed, or maybe she didn't need a solution, and he was able to figure it out. He sees this as part as like building trust. She feels safe enough to be real with me. And, when this happens, the relationship deepens, the attraction becomes more mature. It goes from like this, like high school, like lovey-dovey, love dog. What's the thing called? Puppy love to a more, secure, mature relationship. Number 2, this is the other side. This is a defensive retreater. This is a guy who he interprets her honesty as criticism or control. He pulls away emotionally or physically. You're being too much, you've changed. And, the result of all this is that the relationship will start to cool off. She'll feel like she's unseen, she's unheard. He feels trapped, and they're just both like, what the fuck, man? It's like, we got together in the beginning, it was all hot and heavy, but now it's just like, I don't know. I don't even know this person anymore. So happens a lot. Third thing that a man will do, he will be the fixer. He will overcompensate. He'll try to solve her emotions instead of just hearing them. And because, men, we are natural problem solvers, and if we see a problem, we want to fix it right away. And that can be good in some things, in some aspects, and some things aren't a quick fix. So the result of this, short-term peace, if you fixed a problem, long-term resentment, because emotions can't be fixed. They can only be understood. That's something that I'm still learning in my my relationship, is that, just because you understand the emotion doesn't mean that it's fixed. It's still there. Sometimes it's one of those unquestionable things that you can't fix. It's just a matter of just being able to deal, and that's where, the will power kind of comes in, and you kind of have to reevaluate yourself. You have to ask yourself, is this really the person that I want to go through all of this pain for, and all this stress for, because of all the time that we've had and all the time that we built up and all the memories we have and stuff. Do I want to throw it all away over this one argument, no matter how big or how little it may be? It's just a matter of like, look, men, we just want to solve our problems so we can just sleep easy and we can come back and we can start a new day, But what does this reveal about compatibility? If a man can handle her truth without losing composure, it's a huge sign of emotional maturity. If he collapses or retreats, then it means he wasn't ready for an emotional partnership. Maybe they were unequally yoked. We see this a lot in older and younger couples, couples, kind of like the age gap couples. We see that a lot. He wasn't ready for emotional partnership, only for attention and validation, What is the healthiest relationships? It's when her authenticity draws out his emotional steadiness, and not his defensiveness. defensiveness. We want an honest woman. I think we appreciate honesty. And I think it's also good to just be solid in that fact when a man can be honest with a woman and not have that fear of being judged or her change her attitude. So that brings us to the third situation, which could be the mutual slip. This is when both masks come down and they drop roughly at around the same time. Something special happens and they stop trying to impress and start connecting. Now, this could be a good thing. This could be a traumatic event that brings them closer together, or it could be something that, maybe puts them on the brink because now their relationship is being tested and now they really have to see what they've put down as their foundation is really going to go the distance, or if they need to cut it here because it's just way too painful. Maybe they're arguing every day and they're just like, look, man, it's not worth being angry in a relationship every day when I can spend my life being happy, with someone else. Or maybe these arguments that we're having is something that it needs to happen to test our relationship, to test the strength of a relationship. And if we can overcome this, then there's really nothing that can stop us. So conversations between the two people, they shift from a performative, what's your favorite movie, to a revealing, what scares you the most? They both start testing conflict safely, disagreements that don't feel like rejection, attraction deepens because they feel seen, accepted, and challenged at the same time, and this is the transition from infatuation to attachment. The couple moves from dopamine based attraction, which is newness and fantasy, to oxytocin based bonding, which is like trust and realism. So, the fact that you've built all these memories and gone from one place to another, experienced all these experiences, have all these memories together and stuff, is this something that you're willing to walk away from because, you maybe had a fight over like one night over a misunderstanding? Or is this something that you're willing to look, even though we're fighting right now, I want you to know I'm still going to be here for you because no matter what, I still care about you at the end of the day. Sometimes people just need to hear that, and they're like, okay, all right. At least I know that this person's heart is not shaken about me, even though we're having this argument and stuff. That part about their heart is still intact, Sometimes even in a fight, you need to say that so you can be like, look, this isn't going to end the relationship, but I just want you to understand I'm very fucking mad at you right now. And maybe I might need some time apart, but I want you to understand that I still care about you. I still love you. I still want to go the distance with you, and nothing's going to really take me off that goal of that, but I am still very angry with you. So you need to give me some time. Sometimes you need to be honest like that and say it just like that in order to get your point across to where, the person fully understands like where you're coming from, and you're not being closed off, you're not like putting a wall up and stuff. You're actually letting them know, like, look, I'm still going to emotionally confide in you, but I'm still mad at you. And I want you to know that even though we are arguing, this isn't going to affect the overall relationship. Sometimes you just need to say that. So at least you know where the other person stands. So I want to go over a summary about how like a mask slippage predicts compatibility. Now, I don't want to say this is like 100% correct. I would definitely just say that, this is just kind of a generality thing. So whether this applies to you or not, you might be the special unicorn in this whole situation, but just understand that what I'm about to say is just from a very general stance, and it's a matter of being vulnerable, being honest with yourself, and just understanding that there are patterns in relationships when it comes to a healthy bond, when it comes to withdrawal, when it comes to disappointment, stuff like that. Like a lot of this stuff, it all happens in patterns. People will experience this stuff. They experience the full gamut of emotions when they're in relationships. And I think there's been enough time, enough data that's been studied that we can now look for patterns in this stuff and understand what determines a long-term outcome. So Let me take a drink first. All right. So we're going to break this into 4 categories. When the mask slips first. So the mask slips first, whether it's a man or woman, the common opposite reaction, what it reveals, and then the long-term outcome. So the mask first. Actually, you know what? I might. Oh no, I was gonna say maybe I could put this on screen, but I don't know. I don't really want to mess up anything because I actually had my computer blue screen on me earlier because I was like I had too much stuff going on. So I think I want to just leave it here because I don't want to blue screen everything and lose everything. So I'll just read it. So when a man's mask slips first, it means vulnerability, and the common opposite reaction is that a woman comforts the man and you get a healthy bond out of that between the man and the woman. What does that reveal? It reveals emotional reciprocity. And then the long-term outcome of that is a deep trust, a long-term relationship, possibly going to go the distance and grow old together. That's something that we should all strive for. Now, still, when a man's mask is slipped and the vulnerability is on and a woman withdraws, she withdraws from the man, you get a little bit of disappointment on her end. The attraction that was built on fantasy that reveals that that was her whole plan all along, like she just was in love with the idea of the man and not the man himself. The long-term outcome of this is they're going to slowly drift apart. And we see this all the time in married couples that, are now sleeping in separate bedrooms. You got, maybe even different houses. But they're still maintaining the marriage because it is cheaper to stay together than to get divorced. And some people don't want to get the courts involved in that. So the last one is a woman overfunctions as a reaction to the man's vulnerability. And what does this reveal? It reveals kind of an imbalance. And for the woman, it could be emotional burnout. She can just be like, look, I'm just tired of trying, I'm not seeing any improvement. And you've just kind of been in this slump for a while and it just doesn't seem like you're going to pull yourself out of it. So it could lead to the end of the relationship, or it could lead to counseling. Could lead to a couple things, but emotional burnout is kind of the long-term outcome for a woman who has to deal with a man in his mask slipping, in his vulnerability and everything like that. She just believes that maybe there's something missing on her end that she needs to overcompensate for the way the man's acting. When really, the man just needs to fix what he's got going on. So on the women's side, when the woman's mask slips and she's more honest and she's more assertive and, she's more, telling you about like her actual plans and stuff and aspirations, this would be the ideal that the man will listen calmly. Well, this signal is that he has emotional maturity, and the outcome of this is that it will lead to a stable relationship. That's kind of the ideal. Now, if a man retreats defensively, this could be that he maybe have low emotional kind of bandwidth, I guess best way to say it. He's just not really equipped to deal with this woman and her honesty, or maybe her aspirations, or just her real self. He's not ready to deal with that. And the long-term outcome of this is that they might break up over any conflict. It could be big or small. It's one of those things that, like, it could, you always hear, you always hear people that, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. It was just a bunch of little things that happened that slowly built up, and it just eventually broke up the relationship. Another thing that a woman, when someone becomes honest and, the mask comes down, the man will decide he wants to fix this instead of empathizing with her. He's like, look, I can solve your problem. It's not a big deal. I don't understand why you're so upset. And what does this reveal? It just reveals that it's more of a controlled base pattern. If you got a man that's always solving the woman's problems, and the woman, accepts this help, and she doesn't really give any type of introversion to like kind of think about, or really kind of what is it? I guess instead of like trying to think through her problems, she's just like kind of hands it over to the man fixes it, whatever. She becomes codependent. It's a codependent cycle in terms of like the long term relationship. And we've seen codependent relationships before. This is just like something where like the woman could not function without the man. She's completely defenseless without the man. She doesn't work typically in the situation. She is completely at the mercy of the man, you know? She makes zero decisions, and he is basically her leader, confidant, everything above. And for some women this is fine, and for some men this is fine. You know, the men want to be in this type of situation where they can, you know, really lead a woman, but there are some men that would rather like have a woman to have an idea of her own, you know, not be so codependent, maybe be a little independent. So what works for some doesn't work for all. Now the final one is when both masks slip together, you get mutual honesty with each other, shared emotional intelligence, and long-term resilience. Now, whether this happens around the same time, whether it's like being a year in or maybe even a couple years in, you know, maybe after you have a couple kids and stuff, and, you know, you realize that, yeah, man, it's like, it's not about the attraction, it's about the connection, you know? And I think I said it before, I said communication is more important than attraction, you know, in the long run. I think attraction is like way up there in the very beginning, but in the long run, communication is the most important thing for a long-term relationship. So I think, let me see if there's anything else I have. I think I want to say that's pretty much what I got. I guess the final things I'll say about this, you know, the bottom line about this is that a relationship survives the mask phase if both people can handle truth without punishment, you know, like without retaliation or jealousy or misunderstanding. You know, it's like you got to be open and honest and convey everything, and there can't be any kind of misconception, because once that happens, man, it's like it could be one misunderstanding and the person's just like, yeah, I can't deal with that. And it could be something completely different or outside of what the actual situation was. Second point is the attraction brings people together, you know, but emotional safety, it keeps them there. I think I've said this before, you know, that I am thankful to be in a relationship where my wife, she keeps my heart safe, you know, like I feel like it's a safe place. I don't have to worry about any type of wavering on her duty as a wife and mother to me and my kids and stuff. And now that we have that understanding, we can now look beyond, you know, any type of improvements that we want to, or goals that we want to have for each other in the relationship. And we just don't have to worry about like any type of breakage, you know, like we're going to be good. We're going to be solid. And we can grow old together because we don't have to worry about any type of things that are going to drive us apart. There's really nothing, you know? And the final point that I would say is the more gracefully you respond to someone's unfiltered self, the more authentic the love becomes between the two of you. So I know this sounds like an ideal, maybe unrealistic thing to a lot of people, but it is possible for you to find someone who understands you, doesn't want to change anything about you, and accepts you exactly the way you are. Now, can we all improve ourselves? Absolutely. Do we have to put on a face in order to attract someone? Possibly. But should we be acting like someone that we're not in order to keep this facade and, you know, string this person along who thinks that they're with someone that we're actually not? I don't think that's good for the long term. It might be okay for the short term, but that's pretty much the that's pretty much what I think. I think it's always good to, if you can, I mean, the last point is, yeah, if you can respond to someone's unfiltered self, then the more authentic that the whole relationship can be. So I don't know. You guys might not agree. And with that, the Discord is now open. So anybody that would like to join this conversation and possibly give me maybe their opinion, maybe a counterpoint, I would love to hear it. I'm going to go ahead and open the Discord now. And anybody that would like to join, you guys are more than welcome. Let me go ahead and get, I think I'm going to go in Foxtrot. And I'll go ahead and put that on screen. And then make sure get this going. And yeah, if you guys have any points that you guys would like to share, if you think I'm completely wrong, I'd love to hear it. Also, if you have anything to add, I would like to hear it as well. So let's go. I'll see if anybody is on. Anybody that's still in the chat. It looks like I got, what was it? Coke Benny, Cabos, and Chitos Ghost. I don't know if you guys are still around, but I'm going to go ahead and post the link in the chat. And not just you guys, you guys don't, I mean, if you guys don't want to join, that's fine. But anybody that's listening to this, if you guys would like to join me and give me a conversation, I'm going to go and post that link in the chat. That's the link right there. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say. If you guys don't, if you guys think that everything I've said is fine and you agree with it, then we can wrap it up and this can be an early night. But I would really like to see what you guys think about this and just kind of chop it up, man. But yeah, other than that, is there anything else? I kind of snuck in the new song. I don't know if you guys heard that one. But yeah, I think what I'll do, I will play that song, the new song right now, and we'll see if anybody wants to join in. So let's give that a second. Let's give that a moment, okay? 1 second.
Lights dim, low screen aglow. Can't bust the ones that show you know. Microphone sparking truth on fire. 11:45, the vibes climb high. Cavils in the mix, sharp with in tow. Coke Benny dropping gems, watch them flow. Extra Charles bring the heat on blast. Taking souls free, breaking molds, steadfast. Haters creeping shadows, fake applause, but we dissect them, yeah, without a pause. Saturday night, mic check, keep it tight. Critical minds on the grind all night. Debates ignite, we take flight. Big shout outs, turn wrongs to rights. Saturday night, mic check, keep it tight. Critical minds on the grind all night. Debates ignite, we take flight. Big shout outs, turn wrongs to rights. Tea and toast with ghosts with that haunting spin. Sonic's mindscape dives deep within. Can't Russell dropping wisdom that cuts. Truth in the air, yeah, the world adjusts. Pod Squad united, we dissect the scene. Live stream dreams through your glowing screen. Analysis sharper than a razor blade. Facts on the table, let the truth cascade. Let the truth cascade. Saturday night, mic check, keep it tight. Critical minds on the grind all night. Debates ignite, we take flight. Big shout outs, turn wrongs to rights. Saturday night, mic check, keep it tight. Critical minds on the grind all night. Debates ignite, we take flight. Big shout outs, turn wrongs to rights.
All right, let's get back to it. All right, so let me see. I don't know. Is anybody still in this chat? Looks like I got a person watching. I did want to show you guys something. If I'll wait, give people a couple minutes. Maybe they're like, getting into it stuff. I want to give you guys a couple minutes to get ready, but let me show you guys a video that I saw. Maybe I can get it on the screen real quick. Give me 1 second. Okay, so this is, hold on, let me go to the, make sure it's,
I know a question many.
Pause it real quick for a moment. Oops. All right, so let's get it on screen. All right, so this is from Dr. Ramani. This is when the narcissistic person's mask falls off. I want to kind of go over this. You guys let me know what you think about it. This is, I haven't really, she's got like 2 million subscribers, so she might know what she's talking about, but we will listen to her opinion and let's hear what she has to say about when a narcissistic person's mask falls off. Kavos, he just says, did you hear about the girl Twitch streamer who got assaulted at TwitchCon? I did not hear about that. What was the Twitch girl's name? I don't really keep up with Twitch streamers. I probably should be more on Twitch, whatever. I was thinking about restreaming stuff on Twitch, but gotta figure out how to do that, man. But no, I didn't hear about that, Kavos. We'll I'll make a note and we can check that out. I'm sure we got time. Let's see what this doctor has to say, and then we'll check out that one after this.
I know a question many of you have, which is what happens when the narcissistic person's mask falls off? So let's sort of set the scene. You're in a narcissistic relationship. The narcissistic person, maybe they're stretched thin in their lives. Maybe their promotion didn't come through. A few things that they wanted to work out didn't work out. Something they felt entitled to didn't turn out the way they thought they deserved it. Maybe they were just tired. Maybe they were jet lagged or the like. And you're at in a public setting of some kind, a party, a concert.
Kavos came back. He says her name is Emaru. She just dropped another video today exposing another Twitch streamer who abused her. Well, dude, we're definitely going to check that out. I have no idea about this, man. I'm glad you brought it to my attention. We'll take a look at that.
Could be a meeting, a family gathering, and they pop.
Hello.
Happens that sets them.
Hello, is that Dank? Sounds like Dank. How are you, sir?
What's up, bro? Let me put my headphones in. Hold on.
Good to hear from you, sir.
How you been?
Been doing well. Hold on, let me yeah, man, just we're going over when the mask slips, the moment every relationship changes, basically the full gamut of what we deal with in oh. Gotta start over.
Hold on, Marcus. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out. 1 second. I've missed the last 30 seconds of what you just said.
No worries, you're good. Everybody, welcome Dank to the stream. Good to see you, sir.
Dang, I can't figure out how to.
Well, hopefully you can get his audio together. It's kind of funny that finally hearing from Mr. Dank. I did mention that you had some cooking show ideas, possibly, that you would want to implement on the channel. Definitely something that I was talking about that we could probably still work out if you're still interested.
I don't understand why I can't get my phone to work correctly. Oh. Go ahead and talk again.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Can you hear me?
Still not loud.
Uh-oh. Well, just let me know, man. Let me know when you get it going. I guess what I could do while you get your audio set up, we could do that, pick up that video that Cabos was mentioning to me. Let's see if I can do that. Let's go to share the screen here. Let's go
It's
to...
supposed to be a Discord setting, but I can't find.
Oh, maybe I can help. So, in your...
Can't hear you to get your help.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on, I can barely hear you. Hold on, I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay. Tea and Toast with Ghost. He said, heading home soon, camp. Awesome. Yeah, man, I'd like to hear from you as well, sir. I'm sure you have much to say on this topic. Yeah, I'd definitely like to hear from you.
Okay, so I need your help. You said that you had some
Yes.
sort of.
Yeah, let me message you. I'll message you in the direct. I'll give you a direct message here. Okay, so settings, go to
I've never had this problem before.
settings. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Go to settings and then under...
Damn it. Fucking phone's dying too.
Oh, you gotta charge that thing, dude.
No, we're good. We're good.
Oh, you can hear me.
Go to settings.
Okay. Input device. Okay, so let me write. Go to input device and switch to your phone. I swear you can probably hear me. You can probably hear me say this.
No, I can. Can you not hear me?
I can hear you perfect, bro.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. It's just like really, really low.
Oh, well, turn up your hearing aid, bro.
No, like my phone is fine. It's on full volume. It's just not as loud as it usually is.
Test 1 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Do I just need to talk louder?
I can hear you.
Okay. Well then, let's see. So when you go to settings,
No, there's a problem with the volume. It should be louder.
Okay. I don't know, man. See, output volume is at 100. Input volume is at 100. Output device. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Everything
It was
on
the same. It was this.
Go
All
ahead.
right, let me put my earbuds on again and see if that works.
Yeah, please. That might work.
I actually think that's what made it not work.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just keep talking.
Well, now I can fucking hear you. Holy shit!
See, there it is, man. All right.
What's up?
I'm glad we got that sorted. Awesome. So, the main topic of the video was when the mask slips. This was a topic that was brought to me by a lady that I work with. She was telling me about how men will change after a month of being together in a relationship, and this whole mask that men wear. She didn't understand why men change after a month. And I was like, well, it's not just men, right? I mean, it's women, they change too after, a month, maybe two. And she's like, really? She's like, I kind of feel like I kind of stayed the same and he's changed. And I was like, that could be interpreted a different way for the man. He might have thought he stayed the same and you changed, So that's kind of what I was going over with in the past hour, was just all the different dynamics of, you know, what can happen in a relationship, and you know, what actions can be taken by men and women in order to determine a long-term relationship or a break in the relationship. So I don't know if you heard any of it before, or if you were listening.
No, not at all. I just got on.
Excellent.
Just
Excellent.
got on. Give me 1 second. I gotta go out to my outside space.
Gotcha.
And
I did want to do, let's go to this activity thing. Where's that activity at? Oh, here we go. Suggested. Where is this? Let's see all. There it is. We're going to do a watch together. And let's see if we can find that video that Kavos had about the girl Twitch streamer who got assaulted at TwitchCon. Did you hear about this shit? Twitch.
somebody got assaulted. What now?
A Twitch girl got assaulted by another Twitch streamer. Her name is Emaru. Hold on, Twitch. I'll just do Emaru. Twitch girl assaulted. Hopefully this will pull something up. We'll see. Emaru attacked at TwitchCon by random fan. Oh, by a random fan. 22 seconds. Streamer Emaru attacked at TwitchCon. That's a minute. Emaru. Okay, so I'm guessing this is the video. Let's check it out.
Viral when popular streamer Emiru was harassed at TwitchCon. During a meet and greet, a fan tried to
watch together.
Yes, I believe you have. I think you have the ability to pause it. I'm not sure. Hold on. Allow everyone to edit the playlist and video state. There we go.
Yeah, no, I had to. I had to give you access.
Okay. See if I can expand this video.
That's a very cool thing.
Yeah, I just figured out how to do it, man. I'm a little bit of a boomer, but let's start this over.
Cool. That's it. Oh man, I used to tell people, man, I'm good at technology, and I don't tell people that anymore.
It's not true. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
I'm just fucking with you.
Used to be.
Yeah.
I used to be.
It's like when I used to say I was good at Call of Duty. I'm like, I don't say that shit anymore, man. I'll say any of that shit anymore.
We're not good. We got slower. Our reaction times. We're not as good. That's
right, man. I just need boots on the ground, dude. I don't need all this double jumping, bunny hopping bullshit. All right. All right, let's check out this Twitch streamer getting attacked at TwitchCon by a random fan. Let's see how bad this is, if this is really a thing or not. Oh, hold on.
I don't know,
This video went possibly, sir. Security stepped in, but many viewers were shocked the person could just walk away. Emiru later revealed her own bodyguard had been banned from TwitchCon, even though they had protected her in a similar situation before. Twitch said they removed the person responsible and are reviewing security.
Okay, hold on. This is a short. Can we watch the full video? Hold on.
Wait.
That's it? Wait. Oh, these are all shorts. Damn.
Have you not done a reaction to the NBA gambling scandal?
No, I haven't, dude. Like, I literally, dude, I stream once a week, bro. So hold on, Emaru girl, is she?
Do you know about that?
I know about it now because you told me about it. But I'm just saying, like, I don't follow shit like this, man. Like, I literally just kind of, like I told you, I didn't even have a topic until like 45 minutes before I started streaming. So, you know, these things just kind of happen, you know, and just kind of.
I understand.
Yeah, but I'm trying to assess this Emaru chick. Is she a white girl or is she an Asian chick? I can't really tell. It looks like a white girl with like.
Can't tell either.
Like she looks white, but she's got like maybe like an anime fetish a little bit. I'm not sure though.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of the thing. I don't know. She might be white though. She could pass for white. Her eyes are too big to be Asian. That's just me saying. I can say that kind of shit. Cabo said she dropped.
You're proud.
She dropped an hour-long video exposing another Twitch streamer she was dating on her channel. Okay, so let's just look up Emaru? Am I even saying that right, man? I feel like such a fucking old person. I don't know these people. See, I'm getting I'm getting a ton of shorts. Like, why can't I watch full-on videos here? Oh, Kavos, if you could you post the link in the chat? And I will, yeah, I'll basically look it up. Maybe I can do it this way. Emiru. If I can find it before you, let's see. 3 years of my life. No, not 4 hours. Oh, this one? 4 hours ago? Is it this one? The last 3 years of my life? Is that the one? I don't think so. Explaining her side, accusing him of sexual assault. Oh, this might be it. XQC reacts to Miskiff explaining his side after Emaru accused. Oh, so Miskiff is the one that was being accused. I know of Miskiff, but I don't really follow the dude. These people are just, I don't really. Okay, maybe this one. This is horrible. No, this is Asmongold. Never mind, that's not. Or maybe he is. I don't know. See, these people, I don't know who these people are, man. These people don't mean anything to me. Okay, so Kavos just responded yes. Yes to what, though, Kavos? You can't just say yes. Is this it? Last 3 years of my life? I guess this is it. I'm just gonna go with the first one, man.
So, I mean, you guys can probably tell, but today...
Can you see what's on the screen? Or can you hear what's on the screen? Well, hold on. Let me play it.
At first, I could.
Let me play it right now. Can you hear it?
Not gonna be a normal stream. Not gonna
No.
watch video.
You can't hear it? Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab the link, copy it, bring it into Discord, and hopefully, sir, we can play this thing. All right, let me paste the URL.
I was on the third.
What the fuck? Hold on. Search or paste YouTube URL. What the fuck? I just had the URL. Okay, let me copy. Control V. There it is. All right, found it. Let's do it.
Newspapers.
There we go.
Oh, hell
Read all
no.
about it.
Okay, cool. Oh, these damn ads. Hold on.
We thank you for the gift.
I want to test something. Can you?
I'm probably just gonna...
I'm gonna pause it right now. I'm gonna see.
after.
Can you pause it real quick?
No, when
yeah,
I
it's,
push, it says expand
mean,
video,
and
that's all it
You guys
says.
know,
And then it says
I've been
open
streaming for
playlist.
10 years. Last
Okay.
week was kind of...
Wait, I just paused it.
Yeah, you did. Okay, perfect. Okay, so if you need to say something, pause
first
it,
time that I ever really, like, spoke
and then if I need to say something, I'll pause it. Okay, let's go.
about a topic. Or, like,
I can
something that happened to
barely
me.
hear what the fuck she says though.
She's a straight up white girl, bro. Straight up white girl. Okay, let me see if I can. Can you guys hear it on the stream? Because I can boost the what's it called? The volume to about, if I need to. Let me check that real quick. It might
Yeah,
be.
if I turn it up, it makes you too loud.
Oh, okay. Let me make sure. Okay, so this is on. Where are we at? Oh, where's my volume booster? Oh, dude, that was another thing. When I upgraded my my Windows, it got rid of all of my plugins, all my extensions. Damn. So I got to get volume booster all over again. Can you guys hear this? Hold on. Shit. Let's go back to Discord. I'm gonna play it. You guys just let
And
me know
honestly,
if the
I'm
audio
really
is good.
glad that I
Play.
did. And
That's
I'm
fine.
proud that I did.
That's fine.
And,
Yeah, I can't
like I
hear
have
her
to-
at all.
see it to its conclusion, you know, if that makes
I
sense.
can't hear shit.
You can't hear it because it's too low, or you can't hear it at all.
Too low.
Okay.
Too low.
What about?
I mean, I turned it up
Huh.
full loudness, and I can barely hear her.
But you
But
can hear her. You just
then you're screaming.
gotcha. Let me see. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I can mute myself, I guess.
It's all good. No, I'll turn it all the way up, and I can hear it.
Okay.
It's all
All
good.
right, cool. Let's go.
Not just for myself, but for, in a way, I kind of feel like a lot of people are involved because it doesn't just affect me. So that's why. Sorry about my voice. I'm very very nervous in case you can't tell. But I knew that this stream had to be done today, so
Oops, sorry.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So I guess might as well get started. Not stall too much or anything. I know there's a lot of people here who don't normally watch, and if you're wondering, yes, I do normally run 20-minute intros. And yes, my community at least claims that they like it. I think that they like it. I like playing songs for you guys, but anyway, yeah, anyway. We don't like it? Okay, well, whatever. Anyway, I'm probably gonna stop reading chat now as well, but you guys are free to say whatever you want, obviously. So, yeah, like I said before, it's been a pretty crazy week, and a lot of things have happened since the last time that I streamed in relation to what I talked about last week, the whole TwitchCon incident. Some other things happened that kind of pushed me to talk about all of the things that I want to talk about today. So, as you can see, I wrote out my notes, and not only that, I have even more notes. So, yeah, if it seems like I'm like reading a script or something, it's because I wrote super detailed notes because I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. So, yeah. Okay. So, I think everyone knows about last week, the stuff that happened at TwitchCon. I'm
gonna pause this. Cabo says you might want to increase the playback speed. Yeah. She is like rambling already, dude.
She's trying to say.
I'm like, dude, I'm honestly like, I'm really kind of inundated with her Kirby collection that she's got in the background. Like, that's a shitload of Kirby's that she's got.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and
Pretty cool.
she's obviously a white girl. I thought she was Asian, but she's definitely a white girl.
Amazing.
Could pass for an Asian though. If she probably has a lot more Asian friends than white friends. I'm willing to guess that. But yeah, let's bump her up to 1.25. That might help. We'll see.
Was assaulted, and the guy was able to leave the venue, basically. Okay, so like intro, first thing that I want to talk about is I did see the Twitch tweet that I believe went out yesterday. I was literally in a Discord call with my friends, and they were like, "Did you see that Twitch apologized to you?" And I was like, "Wait, what?" So yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is they put out that tweet. I was never apologized to privately. They put that out without like consulting me or anything. I didn't know that they were gonna do that, so that was yeah. I mean, I'm glad that they're trying to like take some level of accountability, but there's a lot of things that they didn't mention in the tweet that I feel like should have been mentioned. But anyway, more stuff's been happening behind the scenes. So I want to say that last week, everything I said on my stream was accurate, obviously, except for one thing. I was wrong about one thing. I was going over the tweet that Twitch initially put out, where they're like, "Oh yeah, this thing happened to a high-profile creator. Police were on site. We're cooperating with law enforcement investigations." What I was wrong about was they were not cooperating with law enforcement investigations. I found that out on Monday when I got a phone call from the San Diego police, and they were talking to me, and they basically said, "Hey, we can't really do anything right now because they apparently know the name of the guy, but they're not giving it to us until a warrant goes through." Which, if you know anything about that stuff, it usually takes a while. Even if it's expedited, which it was being expedited for me, but it still takes a lot of time. And they're like, yeah, they're refusing to give us the name, which as far as I'm aware is like a very common company thing where they'll be, they don't want to give out names of potential people involved in crimes because then like that person could maybe like sue them for giving their name to police. I don't know, something like that. That's what my lawyer said.
I gotta pause this.
But basically, they were Twitch was trying to make sure that the guy that assaulted me.
I'm just like, can you just get to the facts? Like, this has been a whole preamble for 5 minutes and a half, and you have not even said anything yet.
Nope.
Goddamn. Goddamn. All right. Hopefully we're gonna get to something now.
If you
Didn't
say
sue
so.
them, which meant that the police were not able to work on the case right away. So yeah, I got a call about that on, I believe it was Monday, from the San Diego police. They were like, yeah, we're working on the warrant, but like right now, that's like all we can really do. But like we're trying our best. Just like want to let you know, we're gonna keep you in the loop and everything. I was like, okay. I was very frustrated because I was like, damn, like I didn't know that on Saturday. I would have said that if I knew. And then I believe it was the next day. There was someone who, I don't know if they were a viewer or if they were just someone who like knew of the situation from social media. They contacted my manager and they basically told her that at their place of work,
Pausing it. Cabo said, check your Discord, Camp. Okay, I'm checking. Hold on 1 second. What would happen if it was if this wasn't even the video? Oh, okay, use this one instead. Okay, so it's the Asmongold video. So we're gonna watch this one instead, I guess. Hopefully, let's copy this.
Oh, I'm gonna smoke some weed.
Let's go here. Yeah, let's go at it. Wait. How do I? Let's see. How do I get out of this video and do a different video? How do I do that? Oh. Let me see. Go to. Do I leave the activity and start a new activity? Is that how I do it? Let's see. No. Let's go to. Let me see. How do I get? How do I put the new video in? Go to. More options? No. Let's just leave this activity and then join the activity and then oops.
Newspapers.com.
Oh no. How do I get how do I start over, man? I want to put in the new video. How do I do that? Not like This is oh wait, hold on. Leave activity. There we go. Maybe leave the activity. You know how to do that? Do you know how to like leave the It seems like you're still in the watch together. Maybe you have to leave that? Possibly?
Oh, me?
Yeah, leave the video. Or no, yeah, leave the activity. That might help, and then I can start it again. Because
John, I don't know how to do that.
okay. All right.
Hold on.
Because I don't know how to start a new video, dude. Because I think once I left the activity, I think it handed over the thing to you, bro, possibly. Oh no, that's not it.
All right, I left the video.
Okay, you left it.
And now I'm
Perfect.
back in the regular set.
Excellent. Okay, let's try this.
There you go.
Yeah, let's try this again.
There you go. That worked.
Yeah, let's see if I can get this going now. Hopefully. Okay, yes, that did work. Okay, so I'm gonna do Control V and do this again. This is it. Got it. All right, here we go.
today I'm finally going to be opening up
Expand the
about
video. There we
the
are.
psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail that Ms. Kiff has done towards me, and some of these issues which are still ongoing. For the entirety of this year, I have attempted to separate myself from him and not
Yep.
talk about him at all, and not talk about this issue, and just not make it a public thing. I always tried my best to keep this to myself. But like I said, I feel like it's gone to the point, which I'll explain later, that I feel like it just has to be done. And I have always believed in not condemning people or starting drama online. So I'm sure a lot of people are going to be asking, why am I doing this and why now? And I would like to explain that before I get started so that people understand what prompted me to do this today and that it's not just on a whim or something like that. Okay, so like I said, I took a lot of notes, so forgive me if I just end up reading off my notes. The first and probably most severe reason is that one of the rules that I set for myself a long time ago about withholding this information was that if I ever felt like somebody else was in danger of being hurt, I would then make myself speak about it. And 2 weeks ago, actually 3 weeks ago now, I was informed by 3 separate people, one of whom was present for said incident, that he had done something similar to something that he had done to me, and to someone in LA at the end of September. And this person is not a streamer or content creator, but obviously that does not matter. And because of this, I cannot in good conscience sit here knowing that I know critical information about someone that almost no one else does and not say anything. I think that most issues and dramas should stay private and off the internet. And I still hold that belief to this day, and I will hold that belief going forward. However, there are certain things that cross the line, and I say that the line has been crossed too many times to be count. There's a point where I believe that
You're not the only one, okay? I'm like, okay. The only thing I know is that Miskiff is the guy that she's talking about, but I don't know who. I knew who Miskiff is only through like osmosis, okay? I don't actually watch this guy's stream. I just know that he is a person, and but she has not gone into detail how the sexual assault, whatever has happened. You know, like. I don't know. I haven't heard anything yet of anything, of any substance yet.
Well, I just can't understand her.
Well, she's obviously like, she wants to get it out, but I think she's just trying to like parse out her words, like to not incriminate herself, you know? But yeah, it just seems like she's, yeah, she's trying to like, she's kind of ping ponging between like, okay, I gotta be careful how I say this because, you know, she could get in trouble. But I'm like, is this other guy, is he like getting canceled now, or is he like banned or whatever, or is he still in good standing? It's like, I don't really know any of this information yet. So I don't really have anything to go off of right now.
that people deserve to know. I think that at a certain point, if you know a lot of things about...
Hey, Camp.
Tea and Toast with Ghost. How are you, sir?
I'm good, Camp. Sorry about last week, but I'm here now.
No problem, man. I appreciate you joining, sir. So, what do you know, man? Do you know anything about this situation that we're going over right now? This Miskiff SA situation with Miss Emeru?
I don't really keep watch of Twitch. I'm not really on there.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean, I do know that Twitch tends to have a lot more drama than a couple other places, but my big thing is always these women come on and say, oh, it's I have to bring this up, and it's just like, you know, unless it's criminal activity related, you know, keep it private, because then you're just throwing yourself out there.
Go to the police, right?
Well, yeah, go to the police, of course.
Don't go online.
But don't sit there and just like throw it to everybody else like, oh, I have to talk about this. No, you don't.
Right. I agree. I think, like, you know, these are private matters, I think. And if you don't want to destroy like any image of yourself, I think it'd probably be a good idea to just kind of like, I don't know, keep this shit offline. I don't know. But that's the thing about these streamers, these Twitch streamers, that everything is content, right? And especially with the girl streamers, it's like they're not playing video games necessarily, so it's like it's got to be like drama content, you know, or anything, or anything. Really, anything's content with women. It seems like Not saying that women can't play
'cause they
video
suck.
games, but
No, because they suck.
I mean, supposedly that's what OnlyFans was for in the beginning. A gamers,
Right?
set up.
yeah, but women kind of they swooped in on Twitch, man, and they turned it into like a secondary OnlyFans, you know, or at least a funnel to the OnlyFans. So I don't know. Good old Twitch, man. It's like Twitch used to be a place for gamers, and MTV used to be a place for music fans. So
And
I can
MTV
remember when
just shut
MTV
down
would just
everything.
play just long streams of just different music videos. It was awesome.
that's it.
I know.
That's it.
I know. It was so
Well, they
it was
played-
so simple, man.
Back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, we used to have
And then-
video VHSs of
then-
just music videos from end to end, you know, for the whole tape, and it was all from MTV and VH1, you know. But then kept having all these reality TV shows, and then it just became about, you know, cooking and teen moms and all this other bullshit, catfishing.
Fucking dumb.
No,
I mean,
man.
the Teen Mom. I actually think Teen Moms did worse because there were like 16-year-old girls who intentionally got pregnant just to get on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I only knew about that stuff through osmosis, man. Like, I knew that one, that redheaded teen mom that got kind of famous. I think she ended up doing like a adult film, a couple, or maybe. And then, yeah, she kind of broke through into that scene. And I was like, okay. I was like, who is this lady? She's like, oh, she's the teen mom from MTV. I was like, okay, heard. Trying to get that paycheck.
Oh.
Cashing out on her ass. Okay, well, I just want to make sure I wasn't the only man that didn't know anything about these people, you know? Like, the only person I recognize on screen is Asmongold, but even him I don't follow, you know? So.
About someone,
Oh.
and you don't say anything to look out for others, it's wrong. It's wrong to keep it to yourself.
Yay, the amount of Kirby's
I don't want what
over
happened
there.
to me or what has happened to other people.
Dude, you saw that too?
Oh yeah, I can see Sword Kirby, Kirby on the Warp Star.
Yeah, bro.
I don't see any of the other ability Kirby's outside of like Sword Kirby, which is really disheartening because there's a ton of them.
Do you think her main in Smash is Kirby, or do you think that's just like, he's just cute?
I think she's just using it for the cute factor, even though
Sure.
once you know the full scope of Kirby's ability, he's far from cute.
Right. He's an animal. But so, like, I mean, I don't know, does this girl have an OnlyFans, or is she just a Twitch streamer, you know? Because she looks like she could be just as Twitch streamer. Because she's very conservatively dressed right now. She looks like a Mormon right now. Does she normally look like this?
That is not how Mormon women dress.
Oh, I'm just generalizing, of course, like I do. So she's not normally dressed like this, or does she always dress like a substitute second grade teacher?
I don't know. I'd actually have to check.
Okay, all right. I'm just making sure. I don't know these people, so this is Cabo. So he's really tuned into these Twitch streamers, and you know, just throw my hat in this ring. I feel like an old man. Let's continue.
Same.
Because of him to happen to other people. And I don't believe he will ever stop behaving
Wow, I
the way
could
he
hear her a
does.
lot better.
But regardless,
when I was
yeah, like I said, one of the main
Discord.
reasons I decided to do this stream is to come out about all of this because I can't hold on to it any longer because it feels wrong to do so. And an honorable mention reason for why I'm doing this is that for a while, he has been indirectly threatening me through my friends and people that I work with. They've informed me that he said that if I ever talked about anything he did, he would try to create a smear campaign against me in retaliation. I was told that he even approached other streamers who were close with us back when we lived together, asking them if they would join with him, and they all refused. At TwitchCon, he approached one of my employees, threatening them and saying if I ever talked about him, he would destroy me.
Yep.
Multiple people have told me that his plan was to claim that I kill animals and that I killed my own rabbits, since I had several of my rabbits pass away over the course of 3 years while I lived with him.
I'm sorry. This has to be a joke, dude. Like, what the? Like, who cares, man? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm an adult, and like this is just like little kid shit. You're
Talking about rabbits, bro.
You're gonna tell me that you're gonna spread the word that I kill my rabbits, even though a lot of my rabbits have died of natural causes. That's all I'm hearing. I'm just like, dude, why do you fucking care, bro? But I guess this is their whole life, man. This is like, no, man. This is.
Hey, you remember
the real shit.
the Allen Iverson? We're talking about practice. I'm like, we're talking about rabbits. We're talking about rabbits here.
Well, if you want to be technical, rabbits are rodents.
Talking about rabbits.
I mean, you can technically eat rabbits, right? So it's kind of like. I mean,
you can actually eat rats and rabbits if you want to be technical.
I mean, we're talking about food here.
Where they're foot on your fucking
Man? That's me tasting the rat. It's a rat burger.
I mean, rabbit is actually delicious. I've had rabbit before, so I mean, it's all about how you season it. It's pretty much like chicken. So
everything tastes like chicken. I've had rattlesnake. I've had fucking frog legs. I've had alligator. I've had everything. It tastes like chicken.
I mean,
legs to me don't taste like chicken. They taste more like that cross with with chicken and something else. Maybe
with a little bit of game. A little bit of game to it. Yeah.
Yeah. Diet chicken. Let's keep going.
I'm sure he's probably listening now, and it's probably going to come as quite a shock to him that this information made its way back to me.
Although
and that
what
I've known
she's
for
saying
months.
doesn't make sense.
But if you try to...
What doesn't make sense? I just realized it's not on what's it called? The playback. It's on normal. I need to put it back to 125 because I noticed that her size are at normal speed. I'm like, oh no, we got to speed this up. What doesn't make sense?
What I mean by what doesn't make sense is that, if she's actually intentionally defaming him, he can always go for the legal route, and he can always get an injunction and say you can't talk about him.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. I was saying like she's really parsing out her words so she doesn't incriminate herself. But I mean, I think even so, she's still going to incriminate herself a little bit by what she's saying here.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying it doesn't make sense unless she doesn't want to disclose the fact that that she was equally fighting with him, and it just devolved.
Yes, I think it would be fair to at least hear Mizkif's point of view as well. Maybe, I don't know if he made a video in response to this or if he made his own, like, clear his name video type video. And, we can hear both sides maybe. But I don't know. I think it might be worth a watch. I don't know.
Threaten me to stay quiet, especially using my poor dead animals.
She's being fully honest here, if you ask me.
Well, I was never the believe all women type person. I like to kind of get the whole story because I think, what was that? There was a woman that most recently accused a man of SA. It was the video that Sonic put out. It was the woman. She was a DoorDasher. I know you guys probably heard about it. The DoorDasher girl, she basically went to drop off some food at the door. The door was slightly ajar, and the guy was laying on the couch with his pants around his ankles. And somehow she had her camera video on or whatever, and she like opened the door a little bit to film the guy, and then she went back out, and she's like, that's so fucked up. Posted it online. Then she said that, she basically, I did like a little story time saying that she was SA'd by this guy. When I'm like, no, he told you to leave the food on the doorstep and you decided to go in his house and videotape the guy, So you're kind of in the wrong. Anyway, she ended up getting taken off of DoorDash, let go and stuff because she basically posted the guy in his house. And she also said his name as well. So she like doxed his name and his house and all that shit. And
hey, think about it.
Yeah.
If one of those two people were a different gender, hey, think about how different that would have gone.
Oh, dude, the outcome would be completely in the dude's like the woman would have been completely safe and the guy would have been in fucking jail. But the woman, all she did was lose her DoorDash. Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
But like, okay, so
Think about it.
some people are saying
Fucking
that no,
genders.
the dude was in his house, whatever. And like, yeah, I guess I can see that perspective that yeah, you were naked in your house. You're allowed to be naked in your house. There's no law against that. But the dudes,
I am. Be right back.
huh? What?
I said I am. Be right back.
Oh Jesus! But so, I just realized what you just said. But so like, yeah. So the guy, yeah, it wasn't even. I guess it's like a screen door, maybe. But yeah, you could see through the screen door, and the door was open. So yeah, you could totally like see the dude. I mean, I think if the girl didn't post the video online, she probably would have still had her DoorDash. Okay, but
Yeah.
that was her fault. She shouldn't have done that. If she wanted to post that, she should at least blur the dude out, you know? And then, but like, I'm like, where's the line for what SA? The dude was on his couch. He never even got up off the couch.
No.
But SA is such a like, it's a catch-all term now. It's like, what's the?
Yeah, no, that's bullshit.
I don't like that, dude.
Yeah, it's like abuse.
I mean, the
Emotional
dude,
abuse,
the
financial abuse.
the guy on the
They've
couch.
overused. They've overplayed so many words so many times. They're starting to lose their meanings, and it's sad.
Yeah, because, well, I mean, the guy, he lost his DoorDash account too, and he was just laying on the couch. I mean, maybe the dude smoked a bowl, or maybe drank a couple beers or whatever, passed on the couch, and I don't know, maybe rubbed one out and stuff and fell asleep, and then the food came, you know?
Forgot that the
Completely
fucking door
forgot.
was open.
Yeah.
Yeah,
bad.
and she also ignored the door.
She opened the door.
She
You said that she opened the door. Like
The door was slightly ajar, and then she pushed it open so that I guess
Okay.
whoever on her phone could see.
That's on her.
Yeah, that's on her, dude. That's what I'm saying. But no, she garnered
You know,
she garnered a lot of
considered an
sympathy.
invasion of privacy.
Yes. I'm saying she was wrong, dude. But so like she was garnering a lot of sympathy, you know, from people, and they were basically like, yeah, you know, like that's wrong, you know, he should be locked up and all this stuff. Like, dude, come on now.
No, you
did
literally
legally, he did nothing
literally.
That's what I'm
went
saying.
towards it. you like went towards it. Stop now.
But you can't call that essay. That's not essay. That's not the definition of it. No.
Like you ran
SA
towards.
is like
Okay,
you
so
really groped
you're
somebody.
crying wolf, but you ran towards the wolf.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't know. I think the lines are blurred now. It's kind of like, you know, it's a catch-all term. It's an umbrella term, if you will, and everybody's liable. Okay. So
Yeah, fuck that.
don't post that shit online if you don't want to lose your job. All right, and if you don't want to lose your account, you know, you got to now get up and get your own food now because you didn't want to put some pants on. But Cabos came back. He says, you guys can react to something else if you want. It looks like he's already bored with this. I wanted to just get to the point. We're only like 4 minutes in.
No, I want to fight that girl that you just talked about with my pants off.
I can show you that video if you want to go to that one so you guys can at least get, I mean, yeah, I don't want you guys to take my word for it. I just want you guys to see it for yourself. And let me find it for you guys, because that was let me find it real quick. Actually, yeah, let me find it. It was DoorDash girl essay. It should be up here. Yes, the girl who cried wolf. Let me wait, hold on, let me find this.
Oh, I just said wolf. That's funny.
Yeah. Okay, Alvin Preach did one.
She cried wolf and then ran towards the wolf.
Yeah, let me see.
So the text reads,
Literally.
That's
All
ridiculous.
right, I got the link, so I'm going to paste it in the Discord. Oh God, am I going to be able to do this again?
No, we have to leave the video.
Yeah, let's
Remember?
let's all leave the activity. We'll leave the activity and then we'll do it again.
How to do it. Hold on.
Good activity.
All right, you did it. So
I think I did it.
you did it. So let's do it again. All right, got it.
There you go.
Yeah, man. See, we're getting better, man. All right, hold on. Control V. Bam. There it is. Bam. All right, let's watch.
I started at a community
Right after
college,
this ad.
and NU helped me transfer on my terms.
I built my business. Wow.
So I'm gonna fight her.
As a female, after you see the
Well,
female name according to her. So when she gets there, essentially the
Please
guy's
skip
kind of
this
got his
ad.
crotch out. She
I'm
puts that in the
gonna-
caption.
Hey guys, so
Doctor,
DoorDash just
I wanna
deactivated me
fight
2
her.
days after I reported my.
Okay, can you guys hear this? Hold on.
Barely.
All right, no, let me Rewind it back. All right, here we go.
So the text reads, a man named Austin orders DoorDash, selects the option to have it left at his door. As a female, after he's seen the female name according to her. So when she gets there,
Wow,
essentially the guy's kind of got his
that's
crotch out. She leaves that in the caption.
Hey guys, so
Wow,
DoorDash
that's
just
nasty.
deactivated me 2 days after I reported my. Hey guys, I just lost my job, and they won't tell me why. They're supposed to send an email immediately after deactivation, providing you the reason why and a link to appeal, and they didn't. So I contacted support, and they made me sit on the phone with them for 50 minutes just to tell me that they can't tell me the reason why, and I have to just go ahead and appeal without knowing why.
She have more of her hair in the background.
So my chances of getting my account back, they have my money in
I mean,
that
does
account.
she not understand the
I was
concept
working.
of liability?
Right. Like, okay, posting stuff on social media is not just something for like yourself. If you're working for a company, you're actually representing the company too. That's why a lot of these companies have like that social media clause where you can't post anything, you know, like behind the scenes or, you know, the operations and stuff like that, because they don't want to give away any like secrets or anything or expose something while, you know, some part of their business is going on. So yeah, I mean, it sheds a bad light on them. And I know this woman is just like, wait a minute, I was SA'd, like, I don't get why, you know, I'm being punished for putting this thing out there. I'm just like, well, I mean, you should have gone to the police, you know? Well, she said she did go to the police, but I guess the police didn't act in the way that she was thinking, like quick enough or something.
Well, legally, the police can't do anything.
Right.
I mean,
Can I tell y'all?
I mean, legally, at best, the police could do like a welfare check because this dude's passed out on his couch and his pants are around his waist. You know, legally, you know, there would be cause for like a welfare check, but beyond that, there wouldn't be anything.
Yeah, they're like, okay, well, okay, is there a semen sample? No. Is there vaginal tearing? No. Rips, scratches, no. Bruises, no. So what do you got? Did he SA you from the couch while you were on the porch?
I mean, considering that the dude looked like he was either had been drinking or whatever, and you could tell that the dude was asleep. Like, there's literally no danger here.
Dude woke up with a charge. Like how? How does that shit happen? Only in America.
He went to sleep. He went to sleep with his dick in his hand and woke up with his hands in handcuffs.
What a transition. You're like, dude, is this a dream? Am I still dreaming? What the hell? It's crazy, dude. Let's see what she has to say, man.
Literally working, and they deactivated me. This is related. They just punished me for posting about my sexual assault while door dashing. They just fired me, and the police are doing nothing. I lost my job, and that was my only way to make money to pay my bills. 3 days ago, October 12th, 2025, I was a victim.
That jump cut is crazy, bro. The transition is insane. Just like all that build up to okay, guys, so that's funny as fuck, dude. Holy shit.
You don't like the jump cut?
That was great.
Okay,
You don't
yeah,
like the jump
they
cut?
agree.
Yeah. So what happened was
Here's the thing. So when this happened, a lot of people had opinions about it, but DoorDash did respond. We've seen tough, sensitive posts over the past few days, and we want to clear the air. No one should have the experience of assault, harassment, or any kind of abuse, and DoorDash never deactivates someone for reporting it, full stop. Period. We take these reports incredibly seriously and work closely with law enforcement to investigate and support those affected. In this case, the Dasher let us know about an experience that made them feel unsafe. That's exactly what we always want Dashers to do. Our team immediately began investigating and has been in direct contact with law enforcement and is prepared to fully support their efforts.
When you're an architect, you sort of treat them like children. You're not
ads,
supposed to have
dude.
favorites, but
God
this is
damn it.
without question.
That was just like perfect timing.
Wait, that's an ad?
That was
All
an
I
ad.
hear is fucking Law and Order FPU.
That was them. That was them playing that. It was kind of funny. It was very funny.
I ain't mad at you.
However, posting a video of a customer in their home and disclosing their personal public details publicly is a clear violation of her policies. That's the sole reason that this Dasher's account was deactivated.
Boom. That was the reason right there. She said, I don't know why. I don't know why. Because you doxed the dude in his home with his pants down.
Dax.
So, I mean, no, absolutely not. And and I think she also said his name too. So that's another thing that, I mean, you just basically, you were a little unprofessional. You should have just left it on the door. It said leave at the door. You should have just dropped and go. You should have door dashed. Not linger and post. What the hell are you doing? Shit's crazy, man.
Marcus, I'm sure you know what 4chan is, but that's where doxing originated. And
I know about 4chan. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I mean, doxing, it happens a lot, man.
Back then you used to be able to,
but now everybody's name is tied to some account of some kind, man. So it's so easy to find people now. So easy.
Can't do that shit anymore.
No, absolutely not. And that's the thing. It's like, because she didn't blur out his body in the original video, she should have blurred out her face too. Like, what the hell, man? It's like, I know you're trying to garner some sympathy and stuff like that, but that's not the way to do it, man. Anyway.
That's dumb.
Oops.
Along with the customers while we were investigating. We're also ensured that the Dasher has full access to their earnings. We know that these are sensitive situations, and we want every Dasher to know if you ever feel unsafe or experience something concerning, come to us. We're here to listen, act, and support.
So she does have access to her earnings. That's one thing she said, that she's like, my money is tied up in the app. So that's not true. That's another lie, possibly. Or maybe at the time when she was like suspended, there was no like access to the app, so there's no way for her to like access her money. I don't know. I've never been a DoorDasher. I don't know about getting deactivated and stuff like that, and how that works with your money that you have that's still on there.
Well, on Uber, when you get deactivated, because I was deactivated one time, I still had access to my money, so that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, you're still allowed to access your earnings, but you can't go online.
You can't work.
Right. So, but you're still, all your earnings are still there from what you've done already.
Uber, my earnings are on a different app. I have a Uber Pro Card app, and that's where my earnings go.
Exactly. But so does DoorDash?
Uber Driver.
Or it's time to,
Uber
or it's time to like,
is where I go
check my account or something like that. I've heard of that happening too.
I've never been on DoorDash, so I don't know how the payment system works. If they give you a card as well, or is it in the app, where you just transfer it to your bank or something? I don't know.
Yeah, because there's some apps that do that too.
Mm-hmm.
Lyft is the same. Lyft, I have a card that it goes to the card immediately after trip.
Yeah, I remember my Lyft card. I use that for like gas and stuff, and the Uber card as well. So I remember that.
Yeah.
So I mean, I would think
it goes to your card immediately after a trip.
Right. So it should be like, I don't know. Maybe she was just trying to garner extra like sympathy for people that don't know that kind of stuff, that didn't do rideshare, so they don't know. Possibly. So I don't know. But we got to believe all women, all right? We can't just be these we can't be these macho guys that just full of logic. Come on now, we need to listen to what she has to say. Come on now.
I believe evidence over opinion that can change quite easily.
I mean, she was definitely upset. She might have said some things, maybe maybe a little exaggerated in the beginning, but now that she's had time to calm down, maybe. I think also there's going to be an update in terms of like, after she found out what happened, she's going to kind of explain things a little bit more calmly. So let's see.
The video.
Wait, today is the time change, right? Fuck.
2:14 still. I don't think so.
What?
It's 2:14. I don't think the time changed yet.
Thought we were supposed to do time change tonight. Shit.
And I didn't hear anything from anybody. Daylight.
I don't think daylight savings. I don't think that's today.
It's
Could be wrong.
Next Sunday. Shit.
Yes.
It's next Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday, November 2nd, sir.
Yeah, my bad.
You're good. You're good. I'm glad we got some clarification, though.
She's pushing the door open. Has been cut.
Okay.
So there's that as well. That's
So she
not
forced the
after.
door open.
No, the door was cracked. It was not locked. It was
So,
just, you know what I
okay.
mean? So, and then she pushed it open, and
Okay.
then she started filming. So I'm like, dude,
So
that is not what SA means. But go ahead.
No. So just so I'm clear, because I don't know much about this, you know a little bit more than me. She gets there. The doors, is it already open and the dude's exposed, or is it only slightly cracked open?
Kind of cracked open, and dude said leave the food at the door.
Yeah, on the app.
On the app, on the notification, the notes, and what you're supposed to,
Yeah.
instructions.
Got you.
Okay, and she opened the door. And then, boom, bop, dude was fully exposed. Maybe.
Okay,
after
so
a-
we're
a
done talking now. Like that's.
Yeah, I mean she's obviously guilty. She went above and beyond her Call of Duty and did a lot of shit she wasn't supposed to do, bro. She's in the wrong
It
here.
said leave it at the door. That means you drop it off a foot or two from the door and take a picture about 5 feet from the door. And from that distance, you probably can't really tell if the door's open or closed. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, the fact that the dude wasn't even awake, I think he has to be a willing participant in order for it to be SA. I don't know. I don't know the ramifications or the stipulations of SA, whatever. But I think there needs to be 2 participants, in it, or at least a victim and aggressor. I don't know if the aggressor can be sleeping, technically. I don't. I think he has to be awake at least for that. I think. So, she might have given him a little too much credit. Is what I'm saying.
Our session of
Trying to go to sleep tonight.
See, so this
pickleballs. So he
just lock your door, okay? Lock your door. Don't let anybody come in. Close the windows. Don't let anybody see your naked body, sir.
Have like
I'm gonna lock my dick.
have like 3 different doors to lock. The first one has all those weird locks where it's like click, click. Then you have like the 3 chains and everything.
Yeah, no.
I think Marcus heard me.
And you just go down to the second door. That's progressively more ridiculous.
No, they'll still find a way, dude. You got it. You SA'd her through her phone, dude. That's what happened, bro.
I'm gonna lock my dick.
Wow. So she pushed open the door, violated her own eyes of her own volition, and then cried about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but her eyes
can do
weren't
that.
violated until the man was naked. So the man being naked, it's his fault. He
I'm
made
going
he
to
made
go
that
to
he
the bathroom.
he made that decision to fall asleep with his pants down, and then just she was just a victim. She was trying to do something good.
Tomorrow I'm going to the Lululemon store and I'm gonna accidentally trip into the female bathroom and claim sexual assault.
Hey man, get that check, bro. That's all I gotta tell you. Get that check, man.
he decided to, take a nap because sometimes you work hard for your money, and then she kind of didn't do what was instructed.
So it's on video that she opens the door.
She removed that video.
She wasn't.
The plot thickens. Covering her tracks, man. She's like, oh shit. I put too much out. I put way too much out. This makes me look bad. This makes me look like I'm trying to force a narrative over here now. Fuck. I gotta get rid of that. Too bad. The internet is forever though. We got the Wayback Machine. So she kind of screwed herself on that one. I don't know. That's why you can't make these emotional decisions, man. Like, what was she thinking was going to come out of this? Do you think that she was probably going to get like this huge settlement, whatever? Is that like the mind frame of like what people, victims of SA, think that like, oh, I can get a huge check off of this? I don't know this guy. Maybe he'll like wake up and he'll have the papers on his front door and it'll just have to show up in court. Or if he doesn't show up in court, then it's an automatic win for me, right? I don't know, dude.
Before.
So my question in my head is, did she look through the crack and saw him naked?
That I don't know. You think she went, ooh.
Like, okay, there's a bunch of scenarios in my head.
She went, ah!
Because if it was just like slightly ajar and she could see, that means that she pulled out her camera, said, that's fucked up, record, open the door so you can clearly see how fucked up it is.
That's what I said.
Yes.
Okay.
That sums it up right.
Enough that she literally opened the door herself. That's already bad enough.
That's what I'm saying, dude. She shouldn't have crossed that threshold. She just should have left in the front doorstep, turn around, and took her ass to the next job, you know? But
if you're upset, you don't pull your phone out. You just leave.
But that's the natural knee-jerk reaction, right? You see something fucked up, even if it's like a fight, you know, two people fighting on the street. People don't break it up anymore, man. They just pull their phones out because they're like, oh shit, I need some likes. I need some content for my page. I haven't posted anything in a while. But no, like,
I mean, there is that, but there's also the other legal implications because in some states you intercede even though you're trying to do the right thing, they'll still arrest you.
Well,
I think you're actually talking about China because there are videos of like people in China that will not touch somebody that is obviously fucked up because you're right, they might get in trouble for it.
Oh.
No, in New York, that's actually real. There was a guy who interceded with I don't remember. I don't think it was a fight. I think there was a guy. There was like this the guy. I think later they deemed that the guy was mentally ill, but he was attacking a woman, and there was a guy who interceded. You know, he didn't, physically harm the guy that much. You know, he maybe punched him once to get him off of her, and then the guy just bailed at the next station as soon as the train stopped, and literally like 6 hours later, he was arrested for assault and battery. And it's like, I was doing the right thing. And they said, well, under New York law, that's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get the train authority and let them deal with it.
Because I'm a white knight like that, and I will fucking come to a female's aid like that, definitely.
Well, that's the thing that nobody talks about is that if you're in the right places, even if you're doing like the whole Good Samaritan thing, you can still.
Yeah.
I think it's ridiculous, but this is how these people are.
I mean, I think
do the right thing.
It's messed up too. Like if someone's like trying to break into your house and you shoot them, like you could get in trouble for that.
Yeah.
Well, that also depends on how the
states
want to frame that narrative,
because
there are police who are anti-gun, anti-self-defense.
Yeah.
And they'll literally, if there's a shooting and let's say you're in like, I don't know which state it was, but Texas has Stand Your Ground and what else is there? There's another law on the books that covers it, but if you're in the right counties and states that have that, they'll arrest you and try and charge you with murder, and they'll charge you with whatever they can, and it normally takes one of those like pro firearm lawyers to step up and say, Your Honor, here's the federal court, here's Supreme Court precedent saying that, yes, this is all legal and you can't be charged like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would hope like 10 times out of 10, the case gets thrown out because it was self-defense. He's trying to protect his family, I
mean, have you heard of that guy who was a former prisoner who made his YouTube page, not a YouTube page, what was it? I think it was a Facebook, and, he talks about what happened in jail and prison, and everything. And I mean, one of the stories was that one of his first cellmates that he ever had was like this 20, at the time when he met him was like 21-year-old guy, and they said he was accused. Oh wait, no, the guy wasn't 21. No, I'm missing up another story there. But no, the guy was like this 35-year-old dad, and they said he killed a kid, and they're like, oh, you better go deal with him. So he's like, give me your paperwork. He's like, here. He's like, oh, well, this is pretty clear. You're going to get your ass beat. He's like, keep reading. So he goes down and reading it. As the situation turned out, he left like his 10-year-old daughter with like his 16-year-old nephew, and he and his wife went out. And when they came back, they actually found the 16-year-old trying to do things to the 10-year-old. And he's like, no, you're not doing that to my daughter. And the 16-year-old got so angry that whatever he was doing was stopped. He grabbed a knife and was fighting with him. And while scuffling with him, the 16-year-old got stabbed with the knife and later died.
The 10-year-old killed the 16-year-old?
No, the father of the 10-year-old.
Oh, got you. Okay.
And they charged him with murder, even though it legally falls under the self-defense laws.
Gotcha.
He was still charged, prosecuted, and everything.
Wow.
And the guy was saying this is a failure of our justice system, and it's like, where did this happen? My thing is, where the heck did this happen? Because that's asking for trouble, especially when there was another witness. I mean, even the guy's own child testified to the fact that he was protecting her, and he still got thrown in jail.
That shit's crazy, bro. It sucks, man. I mean, do you know anything about the judge? Was the judge like a man, woman, or like what?
I don't know. I mean, he didn't give specifics of the case.
Okay.
So I could look it up. He just said he met the guy, and when he read it, because this guy was a shot caller for one of the gangs in there, because the gangs don't like. If you're a pedophile, you're basically have a death sentence.
Right.
If you go into general population.
Yeah, that's general knowledge, man. Any hurting women, hurting children, it's death sentence. I've known that. Yeah. So I mean, it's never a good look.
He was a shot caller for one of the gangs, and they said you got to go deal with this guy, and he went in, and it's like, oh my. And he reads, it's like, dude, you're a freaking hero to us. Because he did the right thing, and he's still in there on if memory serves, he said he had a life sentence.
Damn, that sucks, man. Ugh. And this thing, he had no other witnesses either. Nobody to really testify for him. So it's basically his word,
Well, he and his wife walked in on it, so
yeah. So wait. What happened to the kid? Like the two kids, or they separated, or what's the deal?
Well, no, I don't know, but the 16-year-old who was his own nephew, he passed away. He died
from the injuries.
Yeah.
Right.
And as far as I know, his daughter was still alive. I mean, he didn't really go into a lot of detail. He didn't want to give too much depth.
Of course. Yeah.
About names and everything. But, our justice system might be better than a couple of others in the world.
Sure.
But it still fails.
I mean, I don't think any system's perfect, and I think that's kind of why they have that whole. Did it have like a jury and all that stuff decide, or was it just a judge that decided?
I'm assuming it went to jury trial, but as for case specifics, I never heard anything.
Right. Wow. Damn, man. I mean, that's the thing. It's just like, I don't know, man. I'm trying to put myself in that situation. Like, what would I do if I was that man walking in and seeing the 16-year-old doing that stuff to the 10-year-old and stuff? I don't know, man. I'd probably be in jail for life as well, dude. I mean, it's tough because they're. I mean, I don't know, man. That's crazy though. It's unfortunate, you know. And I know, you know, men, we deal with a lot in terms of being false, you know, accused and all that stuff. And I know there's no real penalty for the false accuser. You know, there never is. I mean, it's so messed up.
Well, criminally, no, but you have to pursue that civilly and spend however much money you don't have.
Exactly. So, and I think that's the thing. You know, it happens to the common man. The common man is cooked. You know.
Well, I mean, considering that the average salary is barely $60,000 a year. And you know, most people either have to pay rent or a house payment.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just paying for my situation was $3,000. I'm still paying that lawyer off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, man. That's why it's like shit. I feel like we're all in the wrong business, man. Lawyers, car dealers, and doctors, man. They can. I feel like they can just charge an arm and a leg, man. It's like it doesn't really matter, man. It's not about.
Actually, for doctors, that heavily depends on your specialty.
Yeah.
How much money you get.
Yeah.
As for lawyers, it depends on a couple of things. You know, one, what's your specialty? But two, do you actually want to risk the bar coming after your license? Because lawyers who overcharge can go to the bar. You can actually file a bar complaint, and it's like, hey, this person's overcharging, even though their case record isn't all that great. I mean, you can file bar complaints on lawyers. You can file judicial complaints against judges.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it all depends, but you know, it's the same old Simpsons meme when it comes to judges and police officers. Oh, we need to investigate corruption, and then there's Bart just walking around that episode where he lost his eyesight temporarily. There's nothing to see here.
Damn. Dang, didn't you used to be a paralegal?
For a minute, yeah.
For a minute. Do you ever have to like sit in with paralegals? They're the ones that like I can't refresh my memory.
Well,
did you ever have any cases like this?
My shit was different. I was only a paralegal for bankruptcy, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So you're okay.
It's kind of different.
Got you.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was like criminal or anything like that. I didn't know if it was stuff like that. Okay.
Yeah, there's financial law, criminal law, family law.
Gotcha. Okay.
Contract law, estate law. There's so many different variations. And,
yeah.
You know, it's just.
I got into estate. I got into a couple other ones, but mostly just bankruptcy.
Okay. I would think probably bankruptcy would probably be the least emotionally draining out of all the other different type of family laws that you could deal with. So.
No, it was pretty horrible because you had to just deal with people calling in who had just lost their entire life.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was
different type
actually
of
pretty.
Yeah.
Actually, pretty horrible.
Oh man, I think it's all bad. I think it's just different degrees of bad, though. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not listing bankruptcy at any point, man. Like, I mean, I think it's horrible to have to go through that as well. But I think there's just degrees to these things. So, let's get back to this DoorDash girl. Let's see.
In that case, the only person who did something wrong. Actually, no, DoorDash is fine.
No, DoorDash is fine.
DoorDash is fine.
The person is inside their house doing whatever they're doing inside their house. It's not criminal, you know.
That's what I said.
Like, I can imagine a situation where someone orders food, they're drunk, they're at their place, they're falling asleep on their couch. Like, I could see a bunch of situations where that happens. At the same time, I'm pretty sure it's very unpleasant for a DoorDasher to go to a place and some dude's exposed.
That's not, I don't want nobody to film inside my house, name my name, because she said the guy's name, film inside the guy's house, and then fully exposed. I know it's not a pleasant sight for people to see, you know, parts that are not fully... You know what I mean? I don't know how to go from there, but it's not necessarily a pleasant sight. You're not in the best light. It's not something that I wish to see. I mean, I go to the gym all the time, and I get to see that.
Yeah, but you have an expectation of seeing
context. I know context.
No,
but
no.
even in the context is right. I don't want to see that. But then the person is inside their house.
Yeah.
I could understand if that person was in his house, but looking out the window at people, broad daylight, lights on him.
That would have been completely different. You were like, come on, bring it on in. Bring it on, sit it on the living room table, you know? That would have been completely different. But that wasn't the case, dude. The dude was asleep, you know? Harmless, if you will. Not in the position to SA. So I think she's in the wrong here. I think DoorDash was right. I think the man, I would give, if I were the judge, I would be like, yeah, the guy is innocent, you know, because he did say leave the food on the porch. I think that was his saving grace, saying that. It might have been a little careless, yes, having the door slightly ajar. That's not safe. I mean, maybe he's in one of those towns where it's like everybody knows everybody, and you just leave your door open like that. I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt here. But I think the saving grace was him saying, leave the food on the porch, leave it by the door, you know? And I think she just did a little extra, man. A lot extra, actually. So...
Or she was looking for an excuse. Who knows at this point?
Yeah. No, I mean, dude, I think, because she said this was her only way of making money, right? So how is this any different from someone who does like a slip and fall inside like a grocery store, you know?
So this was also her only way of making money.
There you go. It's like, hey, this guy's falling asleep. I could just say yes, Aiden. By the time he wakes up, he's already knee deep in legal trouble. You know? I don't know. I can kind of be the devil in the shoulder or whatever and see like what the malicious intent was. Because I don't think she's all the way in the clear. I think she was an opportunist here, you know, because if she wasn't being an opportunist, she would have never whipped out that phone. I mean, she would have whipped out the phone to take a picture of the food, but that's it, you know? Nothing else. So
proceeding to do the work, I could understand that could be considered as indecent exposure, right? But now dude is in his house. It is said as an instruction, leave this on the doorstep, and you proceed to open the door, film the dude, and then call it essay. That's a bit crazy to me.
Okay. If I'm gonna play,
devil's advocate,
sister's advocate,
queen.
I can imagine that if I'm the driver and I'm getting there and my instructions are to leave it at the door on the doorstep, the door's open and you're naked, that might be intentional. I could see how someone would think that. I think her only mistake and her big one was really filming it and then posting it online. I think that's her mistake.
100%.
He also made a big mistake. I don't care if you're drunk, you're still responsible for yourself. You can't just be naked, have your door open, and someone's going to see that,
100%.
especially if you tell them to get to your door. So both of them are wrong for me.
Yeah, I had not similar, but something like that when I was working in the 5-star hotel in Montreal. And what happened was there was someone ordered some coffees and pastries. So I went there, boom, delivered the coffee, delivered the pastries, put them there. Dude was looking at me really weird. He was alone in his room, whatever. And that's fine. You know what I mean? I went out.
How's he looking at you?
Like that, but not that close.
Like this?
Man, get up, me, man!
No. Tell me.
Like this?
Yeah, how was he holding you?
No, he was really holding me. You know what I mean?
How's he holding you?
Get off me, man! That shit was amazing. And some people are going to take a clip of that.
We need a pause button because this is a sickness.
Order. And that person called me later on, which is something very unusual. Usually the people check out. He called me to pick up the tray. I went up there. I picked up the tray. And he was like, looking at me weird. He said, oh, here's your tip. And he points at his laptop.
Oh, I thought he was going to point at his tip. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Fuck that shit. That's the one situation where you're like, dude, I was expecting 20%, not 20% of that shit. That's fucked up, dude. Hell no. Oh fuck, I fucked up. I fucked up big time. Hold on. Shit. Here we go.
Hey, and I'm like,
that's too much.
I don't think it's
She's doing
essay.
too much.
Like, and here's my issue. I think we can all say it's a bad thing that the guy did. It's bad, but calling it essay is a bit like dramatizing it, and it makes it hard to delineate. Someone exposing themselves, not essay, but it's fine to feel like you were violated, and that's okay.
Excuse me if you've already seen this. This is my third time posting this because TikTok keeps silencing me and taking my videos down and giving me strikes. So if I get one more strike, you guys, I'm just letting you know right now my account is going to be banned. So on October 12th, 2025, the DoorDash customer requested that their order be left at their front door. When I arrived at their front door was wide open. Their lights were on, and they were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door with their pants and underwear pulled down to their ankles, and they were indecently exposed to me. I got this on video, and I'm not even going to be posting the video clip anymore because I'm pretty sure that's what's getting me the strikes. But yeah.
Yeah, you can't post nudity, okay? Big notice, big priority notice. Do not post nudity. Do not post fighting either on TikTok because that video will get removed. It's just terms and conditions, guys. Terms and conditions. I'm sure this is a lot of stuff. Yeah. I mean,
but it's non-consensual too.
Yeah, that's another one. I don't think he agreed in his sleep to be posted online. I think all the dude was looking for was a little food, man. That was it.
Some chicken nuggets.
Yeah, not all, not everything.
Chicken nuggets.
but no, she had to go ahead and make his whole case known. So.
He had to take a picture of his chicken nuggets.
Right. And that's never a flattering position, man. You're asleep, okay? Okay, you didn't have time to prepare for the photo op. So it's not a good look. Not a good look, bro.
It's probably not going to look good.
It's negative advertisement.
It's probably not going to look like the dick pic that you sent.
Right. So, yeah. I mean, if I was the guy, I'd be mad too.
I reported it to DoorDash, and DoorDash did ban the customer. And then 2 days later, DoorDash banned me.
Why would they ban the customer though? She's the one who.
Well, because he was indecently exposed. You know, he just forgot to pull up his pants and close the door. You know, maybe his air. Okay, so this is what I was thinking. Maybe it was a nice, cool, fall day, and he's just like, I just want the natural air to come in. I'm trying to save money on the energy bill, Yeah, a nice little cool breeze and stuff. Let it air out, And look what happened, man. Woke up with a case. Lost his DoorDash. He's got this crazy woman complaining about him, getting all this online sympathy and all this online hate, dude. He's like, bro, I just trying to get chicken nuggets, man. What the hell? So, yeah, man. Everybody's trying to look for that come up, dude, and that's what this is.
I appealed, and they were supposed to respond to my appeal within 7 to 10 business days. They didn't even provide me a reason for my deactivation. They're supposed to send an email. They didn't. So I contacted support, and they told me to continue with my appeal without no.
Is anybody else getting motion sickness from this girl? Can you just set the fucking phone down, like, on your dresser and just talk? Why you gotta hold the phone with your shaky fucking hand and make me fucking nauseous, dude?
But she just gives off main character energy too. Like she just thinks.
Please, everybody, feel sorry for me, please. I'm the victim here, okay? I was trying to deliver some food, and I was the one that got to see the hot dog.
Knowing a reason why, there's an option to select. Don't know why I was deactivated, and then you still have to explain.
I mean, it's
yourself.
bad enough
So
when
I
you
did.
hear the
And
pizza
within-
delivery stories, but hers is ridiculous.
I usually skip the part where I usually skip that part.
Those are fun to watch.
12 hours afterward, they had already denied my appeal. So I'm really never getting my DoorDash account back. DoorDash deactivated me. DoorDash punished me for exposing my assaulter.
Sounds
And
like you
TikTok
need
is
an
currently punishing
OnlyFans
me
account
for
and
exposing.
start posting your butthole.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna have to reel you back in, Mr. Dank. That's a little too. Look, I'm sure she has some talents other ways, or she doesn't have to drop trowel and cough and stuff. No, not. I mean, I get it. I get it. You know, the first thing I hear about a woman's like, "This is the only way I make money." I'm like, well, it's not the only way you can make money, but you know, if you got standards for yourself, you know, you'll find a way, right? You don't have to crank on the OnlyFans. You know, that's a last resort. It should be, at least. But
you would think, but most people don't want to work anymore. It's like, why would I go be a waitress for like $5 and, you know, work on my smile and be flirty and be nice, and hopefully I get, you know, enough tips that I pay my bills. Instead, it's like, oh, here, I could just do this, hope I get enough subscribers. I mean, the average OnlyFans girl makes only like what, $300 a month?
yeah,
Like that.
no, it's kind of wild. You know, like the top 1% is what everybody hears about, and everybody like thinks like, oh, well, I mean, I'm sorry, the mass amount of girls that join OnlyFans think that, oh yeah, I'm going to be part of this 1%. You know, that doesn't have to really work. You know, I can just turn on OnlyFans, or maybe even do like a couple private messages, you know, a month or maybe even a week, and I'll be set.
Nope.
You know.
Nope. Your boobs are janky. Get off.
I mean, there's a market for everybody, though, when you think about it, man. I mean,
true, but
I mean, she's
the 1%.
Yeah,
their boobs aren't janky.
No, that's true. That's true. You got it. You got that one.
Closing my story time, and this is the only justice I'm getting because I also reported this to the police, and the police are doing nothing. So, hey guys, it's been a minute, a whole 24 hours, I know, but I have an update as of October 16th, 2025. But first and foremost, I just want to thank everybody for the overwhelming support and allyship that you've shown me.
The fuck? Say allyship?
Allyship.
Hey, listen, I've been down a lot of alleys. I ain't never seen.
It's you know, she's gaining a lot of followers, a lot of support, and yeah, this is turning into a W for her, man. Yeah, she's
learning new words.
Allyship. Okay, we could all use a little bit of that. Okay. I appreciate your fellowship and your allyship on the stream tonight.
No ships, but it's okay, man. Also, this is not an acceptance speech for an award. I don't know what the fuck. Thank you, everybody, for supporting me through this time. Seeing that penis traumatized me and getting all your messages. I don't know. It's a bit much, but we'll keep going.
Hey, yo, the gay, the dude
on
the right is gay. I just said gay twice before I meant to say gay, but dude on the right is gay.
I mean, he's a little touchy-feely.
Explaining it more calmly, and like I can understand why she might have been hysterical at first. She felt violated, then she got fired by DoorDash. Like I could understand from her perspective all the things that she's feeling and she's going through. Right at the same time, just because someone does something bad doesn't mean you can record them and post them online. Which I know it sounds fucked up, but I want you to think about the idea that we're just posting nudity online. I understand the injustice you've been through. Should have blurred it. In my opinion, I think if you'd have done that, I don't think any way DoorDash fires you.
That's literally what I said. She should have blurred him. She should have blurred herself. She should have used a dummy account.
You turned yourself into not the victim when you did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, you did garner a lot of sympathy. A lot of people agreed that, yeah, you should definitely pursue this or whatever. You know, you're right and all that stuff. That he was wrong. And yeah, I mean, what is it for? What did it gain her? You know, she didn't get any justice from the police. She is out of a job. I don't know if she's working. Maybe she did crank up that OnlyFans. Who knows, man?
Towards her side more than him. I know a lot of people made the defense. He's in his house, whatever it is. Like, yeah, just because you're in your house doesn't mean you can just answer the door with your fucking.
He didn't answer his door, Abba. Okay, he was on the couch.
Exactly.
He said, "Leave the food at the door." So that's manufacturing a narrative. He did not do that. Okay, he took the passive approach. Leave it at the door. I'll get to it when I get to it. When I wake up out of my
sleep approach.
Yeah, he's gonna wake up and that food's gonna be stone cold. I mean, I've actually delivered when I used to do Uber Eats. I remember I delivered McDonald's to a house that already had McDonald's on the porch, and I was like, "Oh God, this guy's dead." I was like, somehow he died in between his first and his second order. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, no, he's got No. He could have had it on like auto order, like every Monday. I want McGriddle.
You know what? He might have been dead for a week already. That's true. Holy shit! I forgot that was a thing.
That's creepy.
Monday McGriddles.
It's something I hope no one ever encounters.
Right? Jesus, man. No, I mean the thing is, it freaked me out, but I didn't put too much thought about it until just now. It's like, oh shit, he might have been dead, and yeah, but I don't know how you make an order like that, and then just like never go outside. I don't know. Maybe it is that whole weekly refurbished order or some shit. Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, I have heard of you can.
I don't think you can do that.
You can set to repeat, but I don't know if.
I think you have to manually repeat the order though. That day. I don't know.
Are we sure that it wasn't just a bag that looked like it had food in it, and it was just?
No,
bag?
dude, it was a McDonald's bag that had the stickers still on it. It was like, I mean, there wasn't a drink with it. It was just the bag of food. And I was like, okay, I guess I'm going to go ahead and drop this food right next to this. Cause I was kind of running through in my head. I was like, maybe an Uber Eats person maybe delivered food to him by accident or something like that. But I don't know, man. When you see two of the same type of foods from the same place, and I was like, yeah, maybe he's, I don't know. Maybe he just completely forgot he did that first order, you know?
You should have taken it.
No, come on now. Can't do that. And plus, you know, whenever it's a McDonald's order, not 10 times out of 10, that food is going to be cold, okay? Because people don't tip when it's from McDonald's.
I don't understand why people do Uber Eats. Like,
your food's always going to be cold. Always.
Like, bro. Unless, okay, the only thing that I would eat is like Cajun chicken pasta from Uber Eats, because everything else is going to be fucking soggy and cold and horrible.
And you know, McDonald's like fries have like a 5-minute lifespan. That's it, dude.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
And most of the times when you get it from the actual restaurant, it's already fucked. So it's like
they're already fucked.
You gotta get lucky, dude.
So I don't want it in your fucking Toyota Corolla for 37 minutes and then eat it. No.
Well, it also was sitting in the store for probably another 50 minutes because people passed on. They're like, oh, you didn't tip? I don't want this shit. So the order gets passed to you. You're the sucker that's got to bring it to the guy's house. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Same thing with Chipotle, dude. Chipotle has a whole shelf of orders with no tip, and the whole shelf is filled with orders. People are just like, fuck no, hell no, not taking this one. Good luck to the next sucker.
That's terrible.
Dude, I've seen it, bro. I've seen it with my own eyes. And you go on Reddit, Uber Reddit, or Uber Eats Reddit, and you'll see
it's hilarious.
Yeah, you'll see it'll be McDonald's, Chipotle, there's a few others, whatever. But like they'll have like the shelf for it, and it's just like food from top to bottom of no tipped orders. And I'm just like, dude, tip on your orders. That way you get your food in a timely manner. Like otherwise that shit's gonna be ice cold, bro. I mean, I get you're trying to save money, trying to save time, but you're actually spending more money doing Uber Eats, you know? Just get your fat ass off and go to the store, bro, or go to the actual restaurant yourself, man, and ensure the food is hot. I don't know.
Have you seen the meme? It says, like it says something like, yeah, cool. I could drive 6 minutes to go get some food, or I could spend $900 on Uber Eats.
It's so true, man. Like, what was it? I don't know if you saw the video. I had it on. I think I put it on the last live stream, but it was the woman gave her kid. Oh no, I think the kid got the card from the woman, from his mom, whatever, and he ordered Uber Eats.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, McDonald's and then Popeyes, and I guess he ordered like 4 or 5 like large fries, like 4 burgers, no drink, and then he got another order from Popeyes, 6 biscuits, and like a red beans and rice and a mashed potatoes, and like the order from Popeyes was like $20, and of course the kid left like a really good tip and stuff. So I'm just like, dude, $20 for 6 biscuits from Popeyes and 2 sides? Fuck that shit, dude. Are you kidding me? $20? But that's what I'm saying. That's the convenience fee of Uber Eats, dude. And that's just like, you gotta be an idiot, dude, to pay that shit. But I mean, I guess if you got it like that, you know, it's not a thing. But
I think I've done it like 3 times, and it was Waffle House because I was drunk.
I've never done
And
Uber Eats, bro.
did work.
I've never done Uber Eats, but only because I know the horror of.
Well, I cook.
Yeah.
I'd rather cook, so fuck that.
But you said Waffle House. You said you ordered from Waffle House and everything was good.
Yeah, because I was drunk. It's all good.
Yeah. I mean, Waffle House food can get cold and it's still good, in my opinion. So,
Yeah, it's still good. Yeah, it was still good.
It's also, I was gonna say, it's also reheatable, you know, and it's not gonna lose its quality. So
yeah, I reheated it.
You can't reheat McDonald's fries. This is not.
No, you can't.
The shit turns into packing peanuts after you do that shit. It's fucking horrible, bro.
You can try.
You can try. You can air fry, and it still doesn't fucking work, bro. You can even refry it in oil, and it's not going to be good, dude.
Nope, that's worse.
Somehow, when you refry McDonald's fries, it takes all of the potato out of the actual fry, and it makes it hollow and crunchy as fuck. You chip a tooth on that shit, dude. That's not something you want.
Out. And if your door's wide open and it's out, that's still on you.
Oh, I'm speaking from experience. I wouldn't say this shit. I'm not just talking on my ass. I'm speaking from experience, of course.
I'll say.
I don't understand that defense that he's in his house. That being said, coconuts in Barbados.
I and the entire rest of the world found out why I lost my job at the exact same time. I didn't find out before you guys. I'm just letting you know this right now. The people that saw their public statements and made me aware that they made those public statements knew why I lost my job before I did.
Yeah, the people working for a company usually know that you're losing your job before you.
Yeah, that's
HR knows
that's nothing out of the ordinary. She's literally just stating facts, you know. I mean, yeah. You ever been pulled into the office and you got multiple managers just hanging out? You're just like, oh fuck, I know what this is.
They weren't in there like just chilling.
Right. You're like, you know what? Let's bring Dank in here. Let's have a little chat with him. Let's just chop it up a bit. No, dude, we're here to fire this guy. It's like, goddamn.
God before you. Like, I don't even know what that's. The number of times I've been fired, they knew.
By the way.
No, I was saying like they were in the room and they were like, "Oh, by the way."
Yeah, exactly. Since you're here, since you're sitting down, we got some news to drop on you.
They waited until Friday afternoon, come in my office. I'm pretty sure the 6 people in the room know why I lost my job before me.
Right.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Some people are saying
that's what I was saying. By the way,
push the door open. It's on video, and yeah, my question is, did she get there? Was it wide open, and then she closed it? And then opened it again to do the video. Like, I wonder about that. But at the end of the day, yeah, I think my take is still the same. Do you have any other takes on it?
No, I don't have any other takes.
No? All right,
anyways, then. I hope you find peace, my girl.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. So that was that video. So you guys know I'm not, you know, making up stuff. This shit's going on. People, you know, women accusing men of SA when obviously it's like, no, you're trying to just score some money, you know, maybe, you know, this DoorDash thing ain't working out for you. So I don't know, maybe let's manufacture a narrative a little bit and, you know, who cares about this guy? Let's see if we can, I mean, he can have a case and he can have a record, you know, permanently on him and I get a little settlement check, you know, maybe. Maybe that was the thought process behind the whole thing. I don't know.
I mean, if she was gonna do that, she really did it the wrong way.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, come on, man. It's like, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know what she is of the younger generation. She's obviously younger, and I know a lot of these. It's not even. What was it? Gen Alpha? Do you think she's in that Gen Alpha group that just don't want to?
Whatever it is, they just like they like to manufacture wrongs.
Yeah, like easy money, you know? Like I was like, if it wasn't this, it would have been OnlyFans. Let's just say that, you know? But I don't think she has the talent to really.
Part is, yeah, but what you're saying makes perfect logical sense.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, I can look at it from her perspective that, ooh, jackpot, you know? Like, I just need to act fast. I need to just post this. And I'm not even thinking, okay, I'm not thinking about the ramifications. I just need to get this shit out, get my quick money, and, you know, nobody will ever know. And maybe I can even continue having my job, you know? But it's like, no, this shit gets back. This shit gets back almost like instantaneously, man. Because I think there's always people watching for this kind of stuff. So I think also the fact that she reported it, that just put her on the radar. You know? It gave them a reason to kind of investigate. And then once they saw the whole thing, they were kind of like us, you know, they were able to draw their conclusions like, oh yeah, you were totally in the wrong here. Like you should have just did your job and you would have been fine. But, yeah, unfortunately that's not it. So, yeah,
a video that I think that you should throw on.
What you got? Do you have
you heard about the whole
Hydroxycut hardcore shredding stack?
Sports gambling, and
yeah. How about you put the link in the chat thing? Or yeah, actually, let's leave this activity. Let's all leave the activity, and then give me the link.
I did, but all right.
Like, post the link in the message.
Let me find a good video because I don't know which one to do, but.
Awesome.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, I think I'm under. Okay, yeah.
I don't know if this will work. Let me see. The link. Hold on. Where do you want me to put it?
So put it in the direct messages between me and you, and then I'll copy it and I'll put it in the thing. But make sure you leave the activity.
Original activity.
Yes.
I think I did.
Okay.
So, Camp, when you first got on, why did you do the whole mask thing?
Because it was a topic that was brought to me by a female. She was talking to me about how men generally will switch up after about a month of dating, and they just kind of like whatever facade that they were doing, you know, whether they were like really sweet, really charismatic, really like, you know, strong, competent, whatever like that. After a month, it kind of like the mask comes off, and then it's just like they just kind of change. And so I was telling her, I was like, well, you know, women kind of do the same thing too. You know, women, their masks come off as well. And she's like, no. She's like, I don't know. She's like, I think they kind of, I think women, she was at least speaking for herself. She's like, I kind of stay the same for the most part. And I was like, that may be true, but from your perspective, but maybe from his perspective, you changed, you know?
Yeah.
So I was saying that, you know, it's not just men that change. I think it's also, I think both men and women change. She's like, well, that's really interesting. And I was like, well, you know, maybe I could talk about this topic, you know? So I did some research, you know, and I did, you know, a little bit of a, you know, introspective and, you know, drawing from experience, but also, you know, looking at data and stuff like that. And what I came up with is that, yeah, it's like we kind of, both men and women do it over a period of time, and determining on how the other person reacts to it will determine the longevity of the relationship, whether it's going to break or it's going to go the distance. And I thought it was really important to at least break down, you know, when the man's mask comes off, the way the woman reacts to that will determine whether it's going to be a successful relationship or not. If the woman comes to his aid, nurtures him, and kind of like gets him back on his square and, you know, kind of supports him in that supportive role, but doesn't like smother him, you know, it's kind of a delicate dance in that aspect, then he can be vulnerable with her and she can feel that trust, you know, and not be, what's the word, turned off by it, you know, because there's another behavior that a woman can be like, oh, well, you're not as assertive or as confident as I thought you were. And that was kind of the person I was attractive to. And now I'm not really attracted to you anymore. So it could go the other way and it can break up. But I think, you know, it was just kind of an important way to kind of look at it, you know, in terms of the way men behave and the way women behave when it comes to the mask coming off. So I don't know. I thought it was a neat little topic, and I was like, oh yeah, we can talk about this. So
I mean, it's not wrong, but the thing that's from my perspective is fundamentally wrong is there's not any introspective of what happens in between the relationship where a guy where a guy is assertive and then the next thing you know, she gives him the no, you don't talk to me like this, you don't tell me things like this. And then it's just like, well, how am I supposed to be assertive? And most guys will just be like, peace, and just peace out.
Right. Well, that's also, that kind of was going back to the point that I was saying earlier, was that if both masks come off, like, you know, the man is kind of dropping his mask and being a little bit more vulnerable with the girl, and the woman is dropping her mask and being more like, not really demanding, but a little bit more, I guess, I don't even say the word aggressive, but like, what's the word? I guess not assertive? More assertive, I guess, and more like, I guess, not really holding back her feelings and stuff, and not really trying to preserve his ego and stuff, and just be like, well, you know, like she just doesn't really come from a place of understanding, more of like, oh, well, why don't you just fix yourself? You know, it just seems like, you know, like, I don't really want to deal with this. I want you to basically just fix yourself. That way we can continue on, or I'm just going to be out, you know? It's like when a man is faced with that type of situation, it's just like, well, if you can leave me so easily, it's like, what's the point of this whole thing, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know. We all
the fact that a lot of women do try to change guys, and
well, and that never works out either. Okay. Yep. That never works out, because then you change us from the person that you were initially attracted to.
Yeah. And that's actually something that men who focus on dating talk about. It's like when she tries to change you and this, that, and the other thing, you know, it's like,
you're already lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're having to change to morph yourself into an ideal that is unrealistic to you. And it's also kind of unrealistic to her, because she's going to have all these expectations that maybe are a little bit out of your reach, you know? Or it's just not possible for anybody, you know, and unrealistic standards. I mean, we've seen this from time to time, and it's, you know, it's like you can't always get everything you want. You can just get as much as you want out of a person, you know, but you can't get everything you want, you know, so you kind of have to accept that at some point.
Yeah. I mean, there are those guys out there who talk about the whole Frankenstein thing.
Well, what's this called? I think was it Cabos earlier that said build a boo or build a woman or something like that. Build a bear.
That was me.
That was you. Yeah. I mean, it's like you. So I've heard this term in the black community. Like every woman wants a build a boo. Like they want to be able to shape their man into like their ideal man and stuff like that. But it's like, no man is willing to change who they are in order to like satisfy a woman. They just want a woman that can get on their program, you know? Like we would rather just deal with a woman that doesn't want to change us.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, in the red pill community, the joke is she's Frankensteining the perfect man in her mind. You know, and I've used this joke before in a couple of my videos before I swapped over to Tea and Toast, but it was basically she wants him to be have as much money as Chad, as tall and as buff as Tyrone, you know, as caring as Thomas, as hardworking as Pablo, devoted as Abdul. You know, it's a giant joke.
Right.
And the joke is that, you know, it's never good enough.
It's never good enough. You've heard that analogy about the different levels of man, and a woman is basically taking the elevator up, and like she just keeps holding out for the better man until she gets to the very top, and there's just like no one there because like no man can fit into like their unrealistic standards. So it's like, yeah, you're at the level where you get to die alone because no man was good enough for you, or you were trying to, or you always thought that the grass was always greener, you know? So
that's hilarious. You know, my ex-girl is 12 years older than me, and she is going to die alone. I gave her fucking everything, and she thinks that there's, like you said, there's another man coming. Bitch, you're fucking 50. You're fucking 50 something. There ain't nothing coming better than me. I'm fucking 40. What?
Well, there's that term, the last train leaving, you know, and I think it comes to a point. It comes to a point, you know.
Well, according to what social scientists have discovered, is most men prefer women younger than them, and you know, if the guy actually has some morality, you know, it's not like you're not going to see like the 60-year-old and the 18-year-old. You'll see like the 30-year-old and the 18-year-old.
Yeah, or the Al Pacino couple where he's the 80-year-old and the 30-year-old, right?
Yeah, but you know, normally most guys are kind of, you know, most guys normally have that, you know, age limit, and you know, there's a thing where it's like, you know, if you're a woman in your 50s, you're better off going for a guy in his 70s because from his perspective, you're young,
right?
But you're not too young.
Exactly. Yeah. You're kind of like at a good range where like you will still kind of care about his health and stuff. Whereas like if you're a lot younger, you're gonna be like, I don't know what to do. You know, like you're just looking all stroked out at me at dinner, and I'm just like, can you like not make this face at me? You know? It's
No,
like,
seriously, that's actually a thing. There's a couple of them that like, well, I just want to make sure that she's old enough that she knows CPR.
Exactly. I need her to be able to remind me to take my medication, so if something does happen, she can be in a position to save my life, you know?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I've given up on relationships at this point in my life, and it's just like, I don't care. I really don't care. Because at this stage, you know, it's just, as you know, from my perspective, it's, you know, until women understand what they're losing, there's no point.
I don't think women are in that position to ever think that they're ever at a loss. I think they're just like, I can only go up from here, you know? Like the world is my oyster, and there's always a better man on the horizon that's willing to like accept me and stuff. That's like the mindset.
That's a pipe dream. That is a pipe dream.
Yeah, but you know, women don't have to live in reality, you know? They get to kind of like, you know, go through their life, you know, coasting on their looks, you know, not all of them, but most of them. And once those looks fade, you know, and they have to like really kind of really pick an orbiter off the tree and just kind of like, you know, like
be a person.
Yeah, like really develop a personality and just be like, okay, like I'm ready to just take my life serious and really try to be a wife now to a husband, you know, try to find a husband. And for a lot of people it's too late, you know?
Yeah, because most guys want a woman who's capable of having children.
That's a big factor. Absolutely.
I mean, I've heard of some guys who once they're past 50, it's like, no.
Right.
I mean, my own grandfather, after he got divorced from my grandmother, he actually went on and had like 3 more kids with his second wife. And then after my elder brother was born, he was like, no, I'm not having any children the same age as my grandchildren. And he was like, no more.
Right. I get it. I mean, I've said this, man. You can only hit the reset button so many times, you know. I mean, I know there's some guys out there that are just like, I just want to have a bunch of kids, you know? I just want to be surrounded by a bunch of children, you know, when I'm old, you know? And like, I'm just like, nah, dude, this is too much, you know?
That's dumb.
Yeah.
No,
it's almost
I-
irresponsible. It's borderline irresponsible,
I had
if you ask me.
I had 2 kids and I got snipped. Fuck that.
Yeah. No, I
I
hear
got
you.
4 kids and I got pressured into snipping. And the only thing I regret is telling her, no, I'm not doing it. You do it yourself. And if you want to cut me off, good. I'll just go file for a divorce.
My wife, she volunteered herself as tribute. And so my boys can still swim. And
Well, my ex had endometriosis, and for some reason that made it hard for her to do it, so I had to do it.
I got you.
But we're
the
also
reason
not
why it's
together
hard
anymore,
for
so fuck that.
endometriosis women to actually,
I know.
why doctors don't want to do it, is just the excess shedding from the
They told me
uterus
all of
it can be so bad that in the most severe cases they give you a hysterectomy and they're like, we're sorry, we can't you're losing so much. And not only is the lining of the uterus shedding, it's also bleeding itself out here. It's either your life or the uterus, and they'll just
My first child was a miracle because she had about 7 miscarriages before.
Damn.
And
that's a lot.
Sounds like you know a lot about endometriosis. After the first,
a very long time
after the first
ago,
one?
before we'll just go with Young Ghost here. Young Ghost, before he decided what he wanted to do with his life, I actually really wanted to be a doctor, and I was actually going down the path to be a neurologist. And I've always been a big fan of studying everything from history to medicine, and I've learned a lot. And it's just, endometriosis is one of those situations where if it's not handled properly and diagnosed properly, you can easily bleed out from it. For the women who go through it, you can easily bleed out. I mean, I've heard of cases where a woman just suddenly developed it, and it was a genetic deformity, I believe. She was like 40 and she had a really heavy period and she didn't stop, and she went to like an urgent care clinic, and they tested her and they said, your iron is like 30%. She's like, well, what does that mean? It means you're going to the hospital because you need immediate iron transfusions plus blood fusions.
Yeah.
Damn.
And she was diagnosed with severe endometriosis, and they really did try not to perform surgery on her, but I think after like a year they said, sorry, we can't, you're losing too much every time you have your cycle, and they gave her a hysterectomy.
Damn.
Well, the reason I said it is because my first child was really a miracle. Probably like 7 miscarriages or something beforehand, and then finally we went to a new doctor that gave her just so much attention that there was no way that we would lose it. Anyway, the first one didn't cure the endometriosis. It made it a lot better. My second child kind of like cured the endometriosis, and that's kind of a normal thing that happened. Like I don't know what it is, but they say that it, like, when you have a child, and especially multiple children, it kind of like clears it up, basically. So
interesting.
It's probably due to the fact that aside from the hormonal release, it's probably due to the fact that the body is no longer shedding the lining as heavily as it
Yeah,
is. It's like,
it
oh,
helps
wait a minute, I
with the
can
shedding of the
regulate
lining.
this.
Yeah, somehow it helps with the shedding and the lining because that was the biggest thing. And I mean, it's not completely 100% sure cured, but it went from her having, you know, deathly horrible, you know, times once a month to, oh, that hurts, but it's not as horrible as it used to be.
More manageable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've also heard getting the fallopian tubes clipped and sealed also causes can also cause. I don't know if it can cause it, but I've heard it causes heavier bleeding. I don't know if that's true or not, or it's case by case. But
What's fucked up is I got snipped. Then she went crazy and I had to put her into a rubber room. Long story, whatever. Then we got divorced. Then she married some other dude and had another child. Then she was like, I'm getting my tubes tied. And I was like, what the fuck? That the doctor said you couldn't. She told me all of this.
Interesting.
unless the new OBGYN really had differing opinions, or she didn't disclose that, which is a really big hazard for her, I don't see why a doctor would let that. It'd be smarter just to let her go into menopause on her own.
Yeah. Since, I mean, at that point, she was 40.
I have
40
heard
something.
taking the standard birth control for endometriosis does yield some positive effects, but it's varied case by case.
Well, she could not. She's the most, I don't know. She's dumb and forgetful and could not do what is it called? Birth control.
Yeah.
And she just couldn't do it.
Oh, like she couldn't remember to take it?
Yeah.
Sounds like my ex.
Oh, okay.
She'd literally lose her head if it wasn't attached. I can still remember how she lost the car keys for a month. And
She lost the car keys 3 times a day. I'm telling you. Like, I'm not even kidding.
Sounds like those things are linked.
Dank, you want to hear this
Not even
story
kidding.
about my ex?
Sure.
Okay, so about 10 years ago, I was still married to my ex, and the relationship was a lot better. She took my mom's car and went and ran an errand and came back with it. And she came back in and was like, "Where's my car keys?" I'm like, "What do you mean? You had them, don't you remember?" She's like, "Well, yeah, but I can't find them now." So I was like, "Huh, where'd they go?" And she thought, at the time, our oldest kid at the time, she's like, "Hey, where's my keys?" And he's giving her like, "I don't know, Mom." And he was like, what, like 7, 8-ish. He's like, "I don't know, Mom. I didn't touch your keys." And I'm like, "Well, where are they? Retrace your steps." So we start retracing her steps, and we're like looking, and it's like, "Okay, well, do you remember where you left?" And she's like, "No." And we're just like going through the motions. Then it becomes a day, then it becomes 2 days, then it becomes a week, then it becomes another week, then it becomes another week. And then one day my mom's like, "Whose keys are these?" And I'm like, "What, Mom?" And she steps out of her car and she's like, "There's these keys sitting here in my door." I'm like, "Whose are these?" I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" So I turn on her, I'm like, "You literally left the keys in the car?" She's like, I didn't put them down there. Did you drop them? Maybe. I'm just like, "Oh my God, You've been yelling at our son for like 3 weeks about your keys, and you literally forgot that you set them down in the car. I was like, oh my gosh.
Gotta get that egg off your face, man. Apologize to the kid. Did you do that?
That was a very hard teeth pulling process for me to get her to do that. Just to say I'm sorry to our son.
Damn. What's that word again? Accountability?
You mean something that women are allergic to?
Right.
Well, not all women. Most women are allergic to.
Not all, but most. Yeah. That's the general rule of thumb is accountability, man. It's just it's something that it's hard to admit fault, man. You know? I don't know if it's I don't know if it's ego. I don't know what it is, man. But yeah, man, we don't have a problem admitting our faults, man. I mean, we live the type of life where we have to be accountable, you know, for all of our actions because we live completely separate existences than women. Okay. We can't just falsely accuse a woman and expect a payday. You know, we have to have video proof and witnesses. So,
I'm pretty sure that's part of the reason why I wasn't arrested when the first time I had to call the police on my ex.
Yeah, because there was no proof. It was just her word against yours.
Well, no. She was my ex had been selling weed out of where we were living for years, and she was coming to get it, and I had already gotten rid of it at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And she literally came over demanding it, and I'm just like, it's not here, and I'm not telling you where it is. And eventually she got so mad that she was yelling at me. I mean, she even grabbed a Valentine's gift I had got her at one point, and she was threatening to throw it, and I was trying to stop her from damaging stuff. And I didn't physically grab her because I knew if I grabbed her, I would be the one likely to go to jail. But I used OBS on my computer to basically record everything, and it was very much, if I did, I'm still convinced, but I did that just to prove the fact that, I never did anything. It was her who was being the primary aggressor in the situation. I mean, like our kids were literally begging their mother just to leave. Like they were crying and everything. And it's just like, Mom, just leave.
Wow.
And she didn't leave until she basically had a major temper tantrum and left. By then, the police were already on their way because I also had my friend listening in on my phone just in case anything happened.
Smart. Yeah. You'd have somebody to at least corroborate your story.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't tell him to call. I didn't tell him to tell. I didn't tell him to call the police until she actually went after the damn gun safe.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
Yeah, but she wanted the Remington 12 gauge and the 357 snub nose revolver, and because she wanted to take those, and it was like, no, I don't trust you having those.
Right. Gee.
And, it was just really bad. I mean, she got a 30-day no contact order and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And to this day, she still blames me, but it's like, well, what did you want me to do? Just let your rampage?
Right. I think you did the right thing. Because
I eventually had a police lieutenant tell me I was doing everything right.
Yeah. No, because the situation could have gone from bad to worse, So
yeah,
he did. I think he did the right thing as well. I do want to get to this video because I do have a limited time. We've actually already gone over a little bit. So let's get to this video.
To my dorm room and built a Wix
And
website.
let's skip
to
this
sell
ad.
All right, I'll take off from here, Camp.
All right, sir. Hold on, let me pause this thing. Yeah, man, I appreciate you coming to the stream, sir. Appreciate you, man.
No problem, Camp.
I'll see you on the next
do you
one,
want
man.
me to- Yeah, do you want me to plug myself real quick or just go?
Oh, please. Yeah, let us know what we can expect from your channel and what we can see from you.
All right, I am TN Toast with Ghost. I do a combination of gaming in the background while I more than gladly answer questions. I post videos infrequently due to the fact that I don't really have a good reviewer for my videos, so it's a work in progress, but new videos in the shoot is coming down the pipeline. But every Sunday at 5 p.m. now, it used to be 10, but it's now 5 p.m. I go live for anywhere from 2 to 4 hours. I try to keep it to 2, but you'll find me every Sunday. And the current game I am live streaming is Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door. Catch me there tomorrow, everybody. Thank you for watching.
Thank you for joining us, man. You have a good
No problem,
evening.
Camp. You too, Camp.
All right. Peace, bro. All right, sir. Let's get to this video here. Inside the NBA, Shaq and Charles react to NBA gambling scandal of Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier. I did see a little bit of this on television, but I didn't really get to hear the whole story. So this will be kind of new for me. So let's get into it.
Inside the NBA crew, Shaq, Kenny, Charles, Ernie Johnson. Great doubleheader coming your way, OKC and Indiana, Denver and Golden State. But before we dive into those games, we've got the latest on a story that has rocked the NBA. The FBI announced today that 2 major operations, one involving the sharing of insider information for betting on NBA games, and the other centering on rigged poker games using high-tech cheating technology, have led to the arrest of more than 30 suspects, some involved in organized crime,
X-ray
and 3
tables.
with NBA ties, including Hall of Famer Chauncey Billups, the head coach of the Blazers, Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier, and former player and assistant coach Damon Jones. Here is FBI Director Kash Patel.
Individuals such as Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, and Terry Rozier were taken into custody today. Former, current NBA players and coaches. What you
Terry
don't know
Rozier
is
played
that
the night
this is an
before,
illegal.
and Chauncey coached the night before, and then woke up the next day in cuffs.
Damn, dude. Seems to be a trend. That sucks.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Gambling operation and sports rigging operation that spanned the course of years. The FBI led a coordinated takedown across 11 states to arrest over 30 individuals today responsible for this case, which is very much ongoing. Not only did we crack into the fraud that these perpetrators committed on the grand stage of the NBA.
Body language is funny. He goes left, right, down, left, right, down, left, right.
Who are you talking about? This guy, Kash Patel? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he goes left, right.
Oh, okay. I didn't even notice that. I'll have to pay attention now.
But we also entered and executed a system of justice against La Casa Nostra to include the Bonanno, Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchese crime families.
Grip, stability, precision. That's the essence of driving. Lawfin.
In response, the NBA issued this statement. We're in the process of reviewing the federal indictments announced today. Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups are being placed on immediate leave from their teams, and we will continue to cooperate with the relevant authorities. We take these allegations with all the utmost seriousness, and the integrity of our game remains our top priority. Well, let us bring in ESPN senior NBA insider Shams Charania. Shams, thanks for taking some time with us. We appreciate it. So take me, I guess, through, here's what happened. Here's what they're accused of.
So let's start with Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, the 2 active members of the NBA. And Chauncey Billups was coaching a game in Portland last night against the Timberwolves season opener in Portland. Terry Rozier was on the bench in Orlando for the Heat's season opener there. And then within hours this morning at 6 a.m. local time in both areas, in Portland, Oregon, and in Orlando, Florida, both were arrested, met in an Orlando hotel in Rozier's case, and in Chauncey Billups' home in Portland. They were both arrested. Two different cases, though, here. One is essentially a mafia-led situation that Chauncey Billups is a part of, where he's accused of being a member. They called it a face card at these illegal poker fixing situations, events happening all over the country, in New York, in Vegas, in Los Angeles. And then Terry Rozier. This is the situation. The origin story here is with Jontay Porter. Over the last couple of years, where there were 5 co-conspirators, defendants from that Jontay Porter case, that has now stretched to Terry Rozier as far as sports gambling, involving himself with giving allegedly insider information to co-conspirators and bettors that were then able to use thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars to bet on information that he gave out. Of course, this has led to seismic reverberations across the NBA. You have now at least 2 NBA careers put into peril with Chauncey Billups as the head coach and Terry Rozier as an active player. Chauncey Billups just got an extension last summer. Terry Rozier's under contract for $26 million. And so this
is that all gonna go away now? I mean, yeah. I mean, help me understand. Are we talking about like card counting, or what? Like how are we?
Okay.
Yeah. What's the infraction?
So Terry Rozier was taking himself out of games and having people bet the under. So basically, the under means, it said Terry Rozier was going to score 10 points and have 5 rebounds and 4 assists. Well, he went out in the second quarter with, oh, my leg hurts. And before that game, he was like, hey, I'm going to do this, and you bet the under, and we're going to make millions of dollars, whatever. That's what Terry Rozier was doing.
Okay, got you.
That's a player.
Right.
Well, Chauncey Billups is a head coach, and he is a former All-Star. He won championships. Chauncey Billups is known as Mr. Big Shot.
I remember him as a player, yes.
So he was in these games that fucking like mafia people were running. And okay, so they had 3 different ways that they could do it. They had these X-ray tables that could tell you what the cards that are face down on the table are. Or they had fucking lenses. What's the when you see bad and you have glasses, what do you use? The little lenses, the what are they called? The little things that go in your eyes.
Contact lenses?
Contact lenses. They had these contact lenses that could see. They were special contact lenses that could see like barcodes on the cards to tell you what the cards are, so you would know what the card is, so that you could win the game.
Holy shit, dude!
Or the third way that they did it is they had the machine that shuffles the cards in Vegas. Well, they fixed those to where it would send it to your cell phone what the cards were.
Dude, what the hell?
You would,
that's crazy. I mean,
so Chauncey Billups and a couple other like high roll, like big names, like they're NBA guys. So they got high rollers to come to the games because they're big names, right?
Right.
That's their part in it. So they got these people to come to the games, and all these people lost all this fucking money because they were rigging the games.
Gotcha. Wow. And multiple different levels of doing it too. That's incredible, man. Oh, and they had the
Dude, I just watched this
and they had the aid of the mafia to do this. So does that mean like the other 30 people that they arrested are mafia related, or is this like other people that were betting?
Yes.
Okay, mafia people.
And yes. And I think that Chauncey Billups gambled too much, got too deep into it, couldn't pay his debts, and the mafia was like, you need to do this to pay us off. I don't think Chauncey Billups was in this to fucking make money. Chauncey Billups has made fucking $200 million in his life. He don't need fucking money.
Right.
I think Chauncey Billups and these other guys got too deep with the mafia, and the mafia was like, we're either going to kill you or you can run these games for us.
That's interesting. So yeah, I mean, it definitely, he wasn't in a position where he needed to gamble, even. You know,
No.
he was in debt to the mafia in some way.
Yeah, neither was Terry Rozier. Terry Rozier just signed a 6-year, $90 million contract. What the fuck does he need?
Right.
What the fuck does he need on a $10,000 underbet?
Right.
You're not making more than $10,000 on the underbet. 20,000, 50,000, whatever.
At that point, it's not even it's just numbers on a board. At that point, it's not even anything that's going to affect them, whether they win or lose, right?
Well, some people are trying to say, oh, well, they just got that gambling bug. You know how Jordan, I don't know if you know, but Jordan didn't care about the money. He just wanted to beat you. Like, he would gamble against you for 50 cents. He didn't care about the money. He fucking wanted to beat you.
Right. I mean,
some people say it's like that, but
yeah,
I don't know, man. I think
at that level, man, I think that amount of money that you're making and stuff, I think the whole gambling aspect, it really isn't even a factor. I think what you're saying may be correct, that they were just being held under the thumb of this mafia, whatever. Like, hey, you do this for us, and you take all the risk, you know, and because you know it's something that, you know, we can, they probably, the mafia probably has like maybe some people that could, probably take him out, you know, maybe threaten his life, threaten his wife, and all that shit. So, yeah, I mean, he probably was in a position where he had no choice.
I think that's what happened. And nobody's saying that.
Of course
Everybody's
not.
trying to say it's all. Everybody's trying to say he just, you know, gambling, blah, blah, blah.
It's easier to just reduce it to simple, like, he got greedy, you know, and because that's like the common man kind of, people kind of projecting themselves like, well, if that was me in the situation, you know, I probably, you know, they're not thinking like, no, there's different levels to this, man. I mean, this guy is a head coach. You got another guy that's a player that just signed this big deal, and they don't need this money.
There's no reason for them to do this.
Right.
And they're trying to pawn it off as gambling is bad, and gambling is an addiction, and you can gambling is a disease. They're trying to pawn it off as that. No, bro, the fucking family had their fucking
claws in them.
They had their foot on their neck.
Right.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
I mean, I don't know, man. Vegas is like that one place in the world, really, that you can't even mouth the words that you're counting cards. You know, you can't even move your lips too fast because people would think you're counting cards. So it's like they have the most sophisticated camera system and everything, watching you at multiple angles. I don't see how, you know, even having an app that tells you what the next card is, dude. It just seems like, dude, you're gonna get caught, bro. Like at least by 4 or 5 cameras. So yeah, it's not this is not, I mean, it just seems like they were the fall guys. It seems like, you know,
this wasn't even Vegas. This was like home games. Like they were running home games and shit.
Gotcha.
I get what you're saying with the Vegas thing, but like, just so you know, it was like they were running home games, illegal home games, and
okay.
So that's the thing, though. The people that got, it's a legal home game. You have no recourse.
Interesting.
The people that got can't go to the cops and be like, I was at this illegal home game and they stole $1 million from me.
Right.
They can't even go to the cops with it. So
yeah. Yeah, man. When you're in that type of situation, you don't really have any recourse, bro. Because it's like, yeah, you're in too
no
deep.
recourse.
You are in too deep. Damn.
You were playing an illegal home game.
Yeah. Damn.
There's no hotline for that.
I mean, we already knew that. Well, I don't know. I don't know if this is true, but people say that the NFL is rigged as well. You know. So I mean, this whole thing with the NBA.
Every sport is rigged.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough because, you know, there's these scandals and, you know, people being accused of, you know, different types of insider trading and all this stuff. You know, it's like it may be the result of a few people or maybe even a network of people across multiple different sports, you know, and it's not just the NBA. It's probably across everything, you know, in terms of all sport. So, but yeah, I mean, I think in these type of situations, there are going to be winners and losers, fall guys, and people that, you know, get away in the shadows, you know. So
What's funny is 5 years ago, ESPN did not mention the word bet, and now there is a thing called ESPN Bet, and all they do is talk about betting. And a few people when they started adopting betting were like, hey, don't you think that's gonna make it more motivational for them to cheat?
Mm-hmm.
And ESPN's kind of like, yeah, it's cool.
Right. You think it's like a smoke screen, maybe? You know, like I don't know. People like trying to like look into this kind of stuff. It's like you're like ESPN bets, whatever, and it brings you to like the ESPN bets and not like the corruption. You know? Do you think it's kind of like that type of situation? Because like I don't know. Like I think there's a lot of things like that. Like even outside of like sports, like any type of corruption that goes on in the world, or maybe even like a false flag or something like that. You go to look it up and like. It gets bogged down because people make movies about stuff. People name albums by this. So like that's the first result that comes up, and then the real thing gets buried in the results. You know. So I don't know. Call me a tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorist, but I think you know there's a little bit of there's an art to it. You know, they're like, well, we can call it this. So when people actually search it and try to get the information on it, they get led astray under a different rabbit hole.
I've seen stuff get buried by something else. It's like you have to know what to search to find the actual thing.
Yeah.
And most people don't know how to search. Most people don't know how to search Google to actually find what they're trying to find.
Right. Let's keep going because I'm gonna have to leave here pretty soon. So
has massive ramifications for both teams, both players, and a situation that now the league is gonna have to deal with. And then Damon Jones is another factor here among all of it. He was allegedly
Damon
taking
Jones
money
was a
for
part of
information
both of
that
them.
he was giving, including one.
Both of who?
So I just told you about the Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups. They were one of them was doing the sports gambling. One of them was doing the poker gambling. Damon Jones was doing both of them.
Oh.
He's also about to tell you that Damon Jones was on the Lakers as a coach and found out that LeBron wasn't going to play one day and told a bunch of people, and a bunch of people bet on the other team, and the other team won.
Wow.
So go ahead and display. Yeah.
That's wild.
ESPN
That's
has
what he's about to say.
confirmed that in the 2022-23 season, he gave co-conspirators information about LeBron James sitting in a game against the Milwaukee Bucks with an ankle injury. That game, the bettors ended up putting money on Milwaukee, and it led to a Bucks victory once LeBron James obviously was sitting out. That was not public information at the time. So Damon Jones is the only member
Nobody
out of
knew,
Rozier and Chauncey
he told
Billups.
people. They bet, and they won.
Insider trading right there. Textbook.
That has been charged under both fronts. The mafia side of this with the illegal poker fixing, as well as the sports betting and the prop betting of all of this. So It's ongoing situation right now. Both Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups today were arraigned in Portland and in Orlando, respectively. They've both been released or are going to be released on bail this afternoon. Both will forfeit their passport. Rozier will also put a $6 million home up as collateral in this, and Chauncey Billups and Rozier not able to travel either unless it's to New York for their upcoming trial. That is where it stands right now. Damon Jones also arraigned as well today. But there's going to be more from this because, again, this started as a group of about a handful of co-conspirators. Now it's well over 30 arrests in total after today's round of 31 arrests. And the NBA obviously is waiting to see where this goes. Terry Rozier has been under investigation for the last 2 years, Ernie. And the NBA did not find
that's what's
enough
fucked up
in their
is Terry
investigation
Rozier was investigated by the NBA, and they said they couldn't find anything
until now
for the last 2 years. And then no, they gave up the investigation. Now the FBI investigated them, and they were like, "Yeah, no, we found some shit."
Wow. And you know, the FBI, dude, they have like a 90% or 90, probably even higher than that, like 99% like conviction rate.
100.
Yeah,
Somebody said
they build a case on
they
you.
were like, yeah. When they knock on your door, you're done.
You're cooked.
You've been done.
Yeah.
You've been done.
They got enough to convict.
Yeah.
Wow.
To discipline Terry Rozier. But again, the FBI, Kash Patel, they have a lot more at their disposal than the NBA does. Their subpoena power, they're able to take more material, more warrant ability that the NBA just is not able to do.
Yeah, we can go if you want.
Yes.
The rest of it is just Charles Barkley and Shaq yelling at each other, and the other guy yelling at each other.
I appreciate you shedding some light on this, man. I only saw a little bit, like snippets of this on TV, but I didn't get to know the whole like context. So I appreciate you like letting me know about this, man. That's crazy. The only thing I'll say is
going to prison.
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, it's like they're cooked, bro. Like once it reaches the FBI, man, and they're gonna get you, man.
It's Rico,
right?
It's Rico. They're getting Rico shit. Like,
yeah. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and call it there. I do appreciate everybody that came out to the stream. Tea and Toast with Ghosts. Dank, thank you so much for joining me. Cabos, thank you for hanging out with me, and Coke Benny as well for joining the stream. I hope you guys all have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you guys on the next Saturday stream. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Dank, before we sign off?
No, man. Have a good night. It's good talking to you.
Yeah, always good talking to you, sir. Take care of yourself, and I will see you guys all in the next one, man. You guys take care, and I'll play the music. You guys take care. Peace, Dank.
Good night, y'all.
All right, you guys. Thank you again for tuning in, and I hope you guys have a good night. See you guys on the next one. Peace.